German.
ここ
Uh-oh.
だよ
Aiko, welcome in, welcome in. Aiko's gonna get first forever. I'm just gonna like put it on in the banner thing said Psycho got first, even though one day he's not gonna get first. They're like, whoa.
Welcome in, Saga. Okay, I'm Libby. I will send you the...
And the first row. Nice, nice. Three days of flushy chaos.
There is the invite.
What the heck? Am I directing the doggo? I can command the doggo where to go.
You have a invite.
Oh yeah, give me a minute.
Yes, you can command the doggo now.
I'm hosting. Oh, I'm so tired.
Eepy seepy. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm not sleepy,
Yeah, it's
just
been a
tired.
great stream. Good night, everyone.
Alright, I sent you an invite. So, control. Follow me, doggo. We spent a good portion last night after we ended the stream just like remaking this because I hated the way it looked before and now I love it.
Yeah. It was
It was bothering me like a lot, but now
while
I
she was
love
doing
it.
that, I was running around getting flowers.
He was helping me get stuff for the dyes, for the paints. Otherwise, it would have
Whoa.
taken me forever. What? Did everything load in for you all of a sudden?
Yeah, everything built at once.
Yeah.
And it makes like a... It sounds like you know when the speakers have the error out?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks fantastic now.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Should we... Oh yeah, and I got these up here. 4 power cells.
Still waiting for you
Electronics
to
too hard
join
now.
the collab.
Oh fuck. I
The
knew
fuck?
that. I knew that. I knew that before you knew that. Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't know it yet. Oh my god.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, let's see. I don't think we could do that till later. Clay and glass. So I can start making glass.
I think we've got enough amber stone to start doing some of the things we need to do with it. Red minerals, and we need one more cloth for that.
We're gonna need clay for the next vehicle upgrade.
Red minerals.
It's what is the? I don't know what it is because you're looking at it.
We need 16 clay and 20 glass for the weight upgrade.
Yeah, I'm making the glass now. I don't know if it'll be enough, but I'm making glass. But yeah, we were running around through here and basically collecting all the flowers here. And then once we collected all the flowers, we'd use it to make paints. And then we went to sleep and then woke up and then got the paints again. It was very, very boring stuff. The building was very boring until it's like I just figured out what it was I wanted. I felt like it was too wide because like I obviously it's this is still way bigger than this van would technically be able to hold, but I don't want it to necessarily look that way either. So I just like made it a little bit longer, I guess, in both front and back.
Yeah.
Now it's like 7 this way,
And
and
then
I think
painted it all.
painted it
looks
all,
lovely.
and I like the. I wanted it to look have a unique silhouette, cause it's like you could have any kind of house you want on top of a fucking van. Why are you gonna have one that looks like a house? Make it look
Exactly.
interesting.
Um, I'm crushing 10 red minerals. Well, the 10 amberstone to make red minerals because the dog backpack.
That's fine.
If we get one more cloth, we'll be able to research that.
Okay. I am.
Ooh. Ooh. Actually, we can research this other one much easier. We just need cactus flowers and the red minerals. But yeah, we haven't done any additional exploring from what we had done.
No, we wanted to make sure all that stuff's done on stream.
Yeah.
8 more glass. We're gonna need 9 more clay.
Clay will be easy to get. I think they come in twos.
Alright, I'm up to 15. I need 5 more glass, but you're currently smashing the amber.
You can use that. The amber. I don't know if you can use the amber mineral to make glass, but
I can. I just don't know why I would if you need the amber minerals for something.
we've got a lot of amber stone. We've got like a 90, and of the other rocks we have barely any.
How many do I need? Yeah, it's 1 to 1 for that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Nah,
I get back, I'm gonna smash up a bunch of the amber stone to make. Because a lot of the research we need requires red minerals.
that's fine. I might want to go down into the cavern to get more clay.
Yeah, we'll just follow the road and go down the elevator.
Yeah,
I think we can drive all the way to the other end where the question mark is.
maybe. I think the
I am
question.
starving to death.
Am I starving to death?
No, me.
Oh,
I mean, you might be. I don't know.
no, I might have food.
Yes. I definitely just go ow when I'm starving to death.
Ow. Ow.
Ow. Owie, I got a boo boo.
Ouch. Oh my god, so all I have in my inventory right now is glass and tickets, and I'm at 56 out of 70. I need to give you some of these
That's not
tickets or
what
something. How do we do this? How do we split these
Yeah,
tickets?
you unlock and then
Here, take these tickets.
where you
There you
putting
go.
them?
I dropped them.
Oh, there we go. 20 tickets. Oh my god.
I still have 16. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Go get some clay. There we go.
Yeah, I imagine I'm not even going to use the 20 tickets today. I'll use some of them.
Oh yeah, I hope we
Just
use some
go on
today.
the
Oh
right,
yeah.
we'll get to a cap and snap with all the plushies. But we can come back to it later as
Yeah, we'll
well.
come back. All right, get up.
Oh, you have to get out of the vehicle.
Oh, really? That's lame.
Don't know why it doesn't allow you on the vehicle, but probably to,
Prevent me from driving off while it's moving.
yeah,
I
some
guess, I don't know.
physics issues.
Even the dog can't be in there. We do know from jumping off yesterday that there's a lot of clay down here.
There is a lot of clay. I will bring the car out.
13 maybe? I don't remember.
Oh, I see. When you reload the game, all the cans just stack back up if they've been stacked.
Mine didn't reload, or mine didn't stack back up.
Oh. Um. Oh my god, he's throwing plushies at you.
Oh
Do you
my
want to go down
god.
like the right
Hi,
side?
come Europe. Why do I have this? What? Hi.
Hello. Yeah, hello, Captain Europe. How you doing?
I'm feeling a lot better today. Um, I fixed the house. Look, look, look. I'm gonna show off the house. Look how good it looks. I'm
The
really
house
happy
did
with
look so cool.
I'm much happier with it now.
Like the trellises make this
I
house.
know, they really do. It looks a lot better than it did yesterday. I was really upset I feel like, do you ever like one little thing starts weighing on you and then it starts making everything else worse? I feel like that was yesterday for me. It was like at first it was just, oh, I don't like what I did with the house. And then it just started barreling everything. I started feeling nauseous. My stomach started hurting. I started feeling sad. It was so, I felt so stupid.
It was just one of the things that contributed. You want to get in?
Yeah.
Or you can just ignore that clay on the other side.
Okay.
We missed one clay node.
That one is the most
Yeah.
important one. I'm feeling better today.
Yeah.
I'm still in a trash can because I don't
Yeah.
want to turn on the light.
Trash.
I can go get that other one. If you stop, I can just walk back and go get it.
True,
Right, just
true.
right over here.
Why did I get out facing backwards? What?
Oh.
Yeah, how are you doing today, Captain Europe?
Doo 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 doo. Okay.
Talking about being trashy.
I am trashy. That's good. Yeah. Just at work now.
Oh,
That sounds well, it depends. How do you feel about your job? Because
it could be trashy, it could be wonderful.
well, it says good here, just at work. So I imagine that's good.
Yeah.
Good thing, yeah.
Glad you're doing good.
So we've got 7. Probably gonna need more glass and more clay to actually
Yes.
do the upgrade.
Yes, yeah, we will.
Right now, it's just getting the upgrade.
Um, Kitchen help at our kindergarten. Oh,
Oh, that sounds adorable.
good.
Potentially adorable. Also potentially just very loud. But I'm glad you like it. That's all that matters.
What are the hours for that? Because I imagine you don't need to necessarily be there all day because the kitchen wouldn't be needed all day, right?
Well, I mean, I imagine if you're making enough food for like an entire kindergarten, you gotta
True, true.
probably gotta be there for a decent amount of time. It's
Mhm.
like, you know how like people take all day making food for Thanksgiving,
True, yeah, yeah.
and
And you
that's
could
just for
also
like their family.
prep stuff for the next day
Oh yeah, true.
if you're out of.
Also, the clay's on the other side of the road.
It is.
No. Okay, there's one up here too. Maybe it's just like a really chill job. Everybody just gets along and just eats cheese. I don't know why I've imagined eating cheese as part of your daily thing. Yeah,
Okay.
just
So
sneaking,
I have to
sneaking
go
cheese.
around with the vehicle.
Yeah, that's fine. 4.5 years, you're still liking it? Good. That's all that matters. That's all that matters is that you like it. That's really good. Working
Yeah,
a job that you suck is, or working a job that you suck. Working a job that you hate is gonna suck.
I don't think I could deal with the noise, but being in the kitchen as a kitchen help would be
Babe,
pretty
don't
rad.
leave me, babe.
I'm not leaving you. I'm just going around to this side so I can actually get up to you.
Well, you can't come across over here.
Nope. Too many rocks.
I was gonna walk across to you.
That's okay. You can just keep going up.
Okay. I had enough clay. I was gonna make the thing, but okay.
Look out for anti-tank mines.
I see no tank mines, anti or otherwise.
But yeah, yeah, what goes into being a kitchen helper? Because the kindergartens I've been at, like, they don't really have kitchens. It's more just parents pack snacks and then like they might do like a fruit platter.
One of the things I appreciated about like when I was when I was doing the when I was in, I don't know if I was in kindergarten, I was in preschool, some kind of daycare type deal, right? And one of the things they did that made me so fucking happy was they would add just like random colored dyes to the milk.
Oh,
So it'd be like pink milk one day and blue milk the next day, and I loved it. It was great. Oh no. I'll tell him when he gets back.
oxygen.
I'll tell him when
No.
he gets back. Hmm.
I'm depositing all the minerals so we can actually use them for
Okay, I need 10 glass. But I have enough clay, so that's good. Hold on. Let's get 10 glass made up.
uh, yeah, I don't know. Okay, just getting honey
One,
today.
two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. But to love, go.
If we sleep, everything should be done. I
Okay,
think
that sounds
progress.
good.
We don't really have
Smart.
anything else to do right now.
Day 50. Been out here for 50
50
days,
days.
surviving off the land.
Yeah, nice. All the minerals are done. So I can get the dog training this one done.
Oh,
Which oh whoop. Somehow I jumped through
yeah.
and what the heck?
We have an
Oh, that's
increased weight upgrade.
yippee ki
Oh, we're good now. We were already good before.
We need two more cactus flowers.
Do we?
Yeah, that's
For
fine.
for what? Dye? Paint?
No, the companion upgrade.
Oh.
Um, I researched it, but we just didn't have enough. Oh, it's back.
Oh, good, good. Okay. So what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by the ad break is that one of my favorite things that happened in kindergarten or preschool or whatever it was I was in was that they would add dyes to the milk. Um, so it would be like one day I'd have blue milk and the next day I'd have pink milk, and it was really cool.
That is cool. That is adorable.
I didn't think that was entirely necessary, but I did it, so.
We're gonna start getting salt at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so we've got that upgrade. The next weight upgrade is adamant metal 12, blossom wood planks, and sugar. We've seen none of that.
Okay,
And
yeah,
salt and paints for the outdoor space. And
that might
then
be the next area.
4 power cells. Hold on.
We have the recipe for the power cells. I
We
just don't
do.
think we have the materials.
No, we don't have hyper thread
Yes, the hyperthread. Yeah,
that I'm aware of.
we've got like a couple of hyperfiber, and that's it.
Oh, yeah. Well, 2 hyper fiber make 1 hyper thread, so just making that, I guess. We'll have 1. Okay. Right. I don't know where we're going.
Forward.
Yeah, looks like there's a question mark over 1,000 meters ahead of me.
Yep. Yeah, if we just stay in the chasm and go to the other
Do we
end, we
want to?
should
Do we
get.
want to get the clay again?
We will need more clay. I can jump out and get that.
Okay.
Preparing trolleys and using the dishwasher and trying to have. Oh, yeah, that's fair. There's
Oh,
another clay up here. You can just keep driving forward.
you should tell them to put dyes in the milk. Just a little drop of red dye, a little drop of blue. Blue dye, green dye, whatever. It's cool, unless somebody's allergic to dyes, of course.
Make
Then
sure
no.
it's not yellow dye number 12 or whatever it is
No,
to
make sure it
cancel.
is. Make sure it is
Oh,
yellow dye. Number 12, specifically. Thank you.
bless you. Thank you. Oh my god.
That
Should I put?
sneeze happened so quick and I was making conversation, I totally forgot I even sneezed.
We're gonna have to um
Yeah, it's okay.
probably go back. Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. It's still really, really deep here. I don't think I can go across here yet.
It is. Yeah. Maybe.
I'll be able to go across at some point, even if like it's just over here. I'll probably go across here. Yeah, there we go. Oh,
Okay,
come
okay.
along.
Run me over. Oh, that didn't work that time. I'm in. Let's
Pretty
go.
nice and calming at this stream with you. Aw, thank you. Means a
We try to
lot.
make it like nice and calming and cozy.
Is the goal.
There's,
I want it to be a cozy
in my
place.
opinion, there's like too many high energy screaming streamers. Cozy streaming's nice.
Where do we
Does
get that clay?
I
Dive.
don't know.
I just hold on, hold on. I got this. I got this. You ready? We're gonna figure it out. Get in the house. See if you can jump over to it.
Oh, genuinely might be able to. Okay.
I'm
Get
actually
the
kind of
up
curious.
ladder. I'm gonna have to go up this ladder too. No, the invisible wall goes up through the house.
Damn, they were too smart.
That clay is literally just there to stop us from
To make
hitting
us
them
feel
all.
bad. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I'll get the clay on the right here.
Get it, get it. I feel like Captain Europe just made my day, man. All I really
If we
want
go
is
across the
to make a
bridge, then we
calming
can.
place for people to come spend time and hang out, you know? Life is so chaotic, you know?
Yeah.
So it just kind of made my day.
Yeah, so if we just keep going down past here, we haven't explored it down this way. And I think I see a campfire in
How
addition.
did you get over there?
It was too narrow for the car, but there was a spot I could walk over.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, up by those trees, I think, is a campfire. I think
We
that's
not
the
seen
correct
this
one.
campfire yet?
Nope,
There's
we
a
haven't
there's a
explored this
clay
area
right
at all.
here. Oh, and there's a clay over here too.
And there's a can right in the campfire area.
Oh. Oh, okay. I'll get these. Don't worry, I'll
Mhm.
get the redwood. You get the clays, I'll get the other stuff over here.
Yeah. Oh, there's another clay as
No, I
well.
don't want to take out 100. Oh my god. Can I open it and you request I only take out one? I only need. Oh man, why do I have to take out 100? Damn it. I have to slowly walk my butt over there. Why does it make me take out all of them? I don't understand.
Yeah, it'll be one of the buttons that just
Not hitting
feel
any
like
of
it's
those.
down. You don't have to be hitting them. It could just be like glitched and thinks you're pressing it, but not. So if you just spam them, it should fix.
See if we can.
Oh,
What?
you might have to walk up on this side. There's a giant like stairway up the top.
Like that. I just. Control, control, control. Alt, 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 alt.
There's
Oh,
fixing. Did it fix it?
yes.
Nice. Okay, so there's something on the other side of the river.
Other, where?
Like if you just go on the other side of the river, then all the way up, it leads to like a stairway.
Oh,
But
I
there's
see.
more of the chasm to explore if we stay on this side of the river.
Okay. Well, good. At least we know that's up there.
Yeah. Which that will take us up to the question
We can
mark
get a
on that.
water. We can get water over there.
Yeah, we can. Get that when we come back.
Yeah.
Let's go.
There's another clay over here.
Oh, there's a clay on the left as well. I'll get this one here. Love you, I hate that I want. This song's a lie for how I feel about you, my love.
Think if you hate me?
No, it's a lie. I love that I love you. I love loving you.
There's more clay on this side, but then there's a bridge over there. You can guess you can go that way. I'll go this way.
Yeah. Ah, this is a walking bridge.
Oh, okay.
Leads to a well and some lawn chairs.
Oh, there you go. I'll just get the clays on this side.
Might be a gnome in here or something. Got
Yep,
the
that's what I wanted
water.
to do. I wanted to shut the
Yep,
driver's door.
there's a gnome just sitting in
Very
these lawn chairs
cute.
area.
Trolling to
Curling.
me. Stop trying to turn my lights on for me. You don't know what I want.
Okay.
Oh, it's another elevator.
Oh, there's an elevator at this end? Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Hoping that would be the case.
Oh, I don't know how I hit like the only bump here. The fuck? What the
That is a
fuck?
significant bump.
What the fuck? Random. Didn't even see that.
Large vehicle.
Oh,
Big rock slide over here. I wonder if there's anything at it. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like there's anything at the big rock slide area.
oh, I don't know. Maybe not.
None of those look like the rocks you can break. I go up here and explore. Oh, there's a bunch of books up here. And a banana next to the
Oh
monkey.
my god, there's a monkey.
Yeah, there's a monkey on the
Found a
left.
bottle cap.
Nice. What
Where's
about
the
a bottle
monkey?
cap? He's on the lamp.
Oh my god, I love him.
There's a banana on that red book.
Oh,
Oh, this is such a crazy game.
you're trapped.
I'm stuck up here. I can't move.
Wahahaha.
Run! Run!
Wahahaha.
Oh, our dog's somewhere in the chasm.
I'm sure I'll figure it out.
Yeah, he'll figure out how to get in the car at some point. Eh, I'm stuck on the ladder. Okay, there we go. I'm off.
Alright. I think actually we sleep first.
That's a good idea.
So we have daylight. Maybe the dog will somehow teleport here.
Oh, am I? Yeah. Hello, bonjour. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
What?
It's a pleasure to be here. Quite a pleasure. Someone in YouTube.
Oh, welcome, welcome
Hello.
in. We don't have a lot of YouTube commenters, so it's very nice
I
to see
don't.
that.
Yeah, but yeah, welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. No, I'm just
No one
kidding.
cares about how you're doing, my love.
Sorry. Fuck you.
Rip to me watering. She's driving up. I mean, I deserve it. I love you, honey.
I'm just kidding. There you go. You can go water the plants.
Yay!
Get to work.
Twerk, 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 twerk. A whole day through or something, right?
I'm gonna make pizza, I think.
Pizza.
Look, it makes pizza.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you as well.
That's nice.
Just call me Mr. J.
Mr. J.
Will do, Mr.
Welcome
J.
in, Mr. J. All right, let's go. I have decided. Do I have the pizza in my inventory? I don't. What did I do with that? Did I make
Might
it and
still
then
be in
just
the oven.
I just left it there? I was like, okay, it's done cooking. Guess I'm
Oh,
leaving.
that's what I was. Let me out here.
Okay. I was gonna put you in between. There we go. I gotta go. I gotta go check the pizza. I left it in the oven. It's gonna be on fire. Yep, there it is. It's right there. It's mine.
We've only just started streaming. Everyone's welcome.
Yes, yes.
Everyone's welcome.
Yes.
But yeah, I've only just started like multi-streaming to YouTube.
Yeah, brand new to multi-stream. Well, I say brand new. I used to do it a little while, but I stopped.
Yeah.
It's not my jam.
Oh, there is a campfire up here. Oh, there's a signal tower. I got the cactus fruits.
See the conversations. What?
Redwood
I
plant?
care. It's not that anyone cares. It's that no one's in your live streams, but I'm looking there for you. No, you are. You're great. I'm so
Everyone.
confused.
Neither one of these recipes matter, but sure, I'll get that one. The efficient solar panel that we don't have any of.
Oh, is this a new tower thing that we haven't seen yet? Or is this one an old one that we have seen?
This one?
Oh wait, we have seen
No,
that.
we haven't been in this area. That campfire is new as well.
But
This
this.
just had the solar panel or the water
Oh, okay.
energy collector things.
Okay. Why are there so many birdhouses over here? This is
I
creepy.
don't know.
This is creepy.
Is there a gnome on one of them?
Um.
Oh, yep, on this one at the end.
Oh, yep.
It's got a banana, the
Slip.
slippery banana.
Oh my god, I love it.
Uh,
When people say I don't have a soul, I tell them I have two, one for each shoe. Oh.
uh, oh, that's great.
That's awesome.
Um, I, I haven't seen a can around here, so
No, but I am seeing some more flowers. I'm not sure if you need them or not.
I think I've got enough, but no harm in getting more.
Okay. I will help.
We do still need to light the clamp file.
Lamp fire. Oh my
Ooh.
god, our dog is so far away, dude. We have
Yeah,
just full on lost our dog.
it's stuck in the chasm trying to pathfind to us. It couldn't follow the pathfinder in the chasm whenever we hopped out. It
Well,
just got stuck.
that's where Satchel lives now, I guess.
What's the most hardest part of the vegetable to eat? The wheelchair. Oh my
Oh
god.
no. Oh no. I can see over there, just kind of past the waterfall is where that staircase led up to.
Search whistle.
It's so weird.
Um,
On your screen, it doesn't show as the house is open. Oh, or
okay.
it's very delayed. Interesting.
The stream. Yeah,
Yeah,
the YouTube stream is always delayed.
I see. That's probably why they thought
Let me
that we
get
weren't
a
ignoring.
redwood
Why? That's
plank.
probably why they thought that we were ignoring them. Mr. J.
Yeah, just because of how YouTube
Yeah,
functions.
it's just really delayed. We're not ignoring you, I promise.
Why do hospitals keep the aircon on to keep the vegetables cool? Oh no, getting into dark humor.
Flowers. I'll get these.
There's a kayak down here on the waterfall. Can I cross here? I cannot cross. Can I balance on the fence? Yes, to an extent, but it won't let me cross. This is a pretty area.
Definitely prettier than I thought it was going to be when I got in here. I just thought it was going to be all sand.
It's not Tatooine. Oh, there's a bridge we have to fix. 10 redwood planks.
You're such a nerd. Tatooine, he says.
Oh, signal decryptor? Oh yeah, we are in the point of interest.
Ooh. There's a bridge. I had to fix it, not break it. It's already broken. How many do I need? 10 redwood planks? Got you,
We
fam.
should have 10 redwood
Yeah,
made.
I know. I'm gonna check. Yeah, we do.
I remember I made a bunch of them.
I made a bunch for the house because I wanted a bunch of the trellises, and that's what we needed for it.
Weird. Okay, cool. You can walk across the rocks, but the car has to have the bridge, obviously. Nice. Red Rock Rapids Kayak Club. Oh,
I want to see what's over here.
but we got a signal. Ah, we will eventually get that one.
Oh, got the password databank.
Nice. We should have everything now.
Yeah.
Memo to all: the bridge is out, and the as are the waterfall gates. Someone's got a bit too
Oh
enthusiastic
my god.
trying to set a
Hey, babe.
time record getting down. Don't worry, they're safe.
I found the save. I found the save thingy, the floppy disk.
Yeah.
Look, cover.
So my grandma recently just died. I cannot tell if this is a setup for a joke, but I am sorry for your loss. Dark humor is great to cope with grief. Original storage
Let's
shed
see. We got
45.
efficient mushroom plot, efficient crop plot. Ooh,
I mean, in the
stuffing
meantime, happy
maker.
floating, everyone.
So we've got efficient crop plot, efficient mushroom plot, and a stuffing maker.
Oh, I found a cup of coffee.
I don't know what the stuffing maker is for, but I'm gonna do the crop
We
plot.
do need stuffing eventually.
Oh, I just got the crop plot because I thought that could be better for us because we use stuffing.
No, the crop plot, great idea.
Okay.
Efficient crop plot, fantastic.
Okay.
We do need some stuffing, but we need other things we don't have access to yet as well. Which I imagine we might get all of that in this area.
Mm.
Just starting to get on my nerves, so the shovel will do.
Oh no.
$5.99. It was a setup to a joke.
Okay, let's see. All these crop plots are already filled.
They should be,
Mm.
but when things run out, I won't build anymore.
What if I just destroy them now?
I don't know. We might lose the crops, but that's fine.
Okay.
When you need more yield from your field. Okay. Oh, they're just everwood planks.
Yeah, it looks like it's cheaper than the other one.
It is. It's
That's
4 everwood. Oh, it's the same. It's just
no, it's not. The regular crop plot needs 2 everwood and 2 everwood planks, and the efficient crop plot only needs it needs 4 everwood planks. I see, I see.
yeah, yeah. So it's oh nice. You got the campfire.
Oh, wait.
In total, it's the same.
Oh, I need more planks. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, hold on. I got this.
Rest in peace. She got hit by a bazooka. Oh no. Is he grinding at war or something? With you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I should have done more. I should have done more.
Running down the
It's
stairs.
only gonna get me a couple.
I'm just taking a long run down these stairs to see if there's anything on the way down,
That's fine.
and then I'll come
I'm
back.
making efficient crock pots.
There was a can down here.
Oh, wait, hold on. Look. Oh, I don't know why for some reason I thought there were pink trees on your stream. I got really excited. I feel
Trees?
at some point we're gonna see pink trees though, because the blossom wood, you know?
Probably, yeah.
I
We might get into like cherry blossom territory,
That'll
and
be
that's gonna be
really,
lovely.
that'll be really
There's only
pretty.
one more map left, so it's probably gonna be in the
I wish
next.
the pink they used for this game wasn't so loud.
The paint?
Pink.
Oh, pink. Yeah, it is really loud. It is a really loud pink. It is deafeningly loud. I'm just sort of glad I can't see myself because the pink is way too bright for my liking.
Yeah. Well, I changed my outfit to purple and blue because it's better than the pink options.
Climbing up the stairs because
We
I
can.
ran down them. Why did I run down the stairs?
Oh, because you wanted to.
And I succeeded.
Maybe you were looking for the dog. You should find the dog. Maybe we'll go on
It
a
keeps
maybe we'll go on a mission tomorrow to find the dog.
it keeps running back and forth at the bottom of the chasm.
Oh no, the poor baby. All right, so what are we planting?
I'm just planting some tomatoes, some coffee beans, some
We
corn.
needle.
Uh,
It turns out we only had well, no, we didn't have only have one tomato. I'm a liar.
anything
Big
a
fat
lull
liar.
on. Don't really need to worry about the ginger or the lavender.
And corn.
Well, my grandma got in the kitchen, ate some of my edibles, then she painted herself red, went to the top of the stairs, and said, "I'm a flying Teletubby," then jumped off. Wow. You must have plenty of grandmas. They keep dying in unique and wild ways. Bazooka, shovel, Teletubby, flying off the stairs.
All right,
Do we have any upgrades to still make? No,
I'm gonna
we've
put
got to make.
some. All right, you ready to sleep?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Let me down the stairs. Okay. Okay.
We got everything we needed from here.
Yes, I think we can drive forward and crack open those rogs. The rogs? Yeah, the rogs.
Robbers. Wait, we didn't do this, or did we?
We did the campfire. I think you did it?
It
Maybe
it
I did it.
it
I
is
don't.
entirely possible I did it. I don't know.
We have done the campfire though. It was lit last night. It was fully lit.
Okay, there's a bridge we need to cross. I think we can possibly do the rocks. Nice place to get some amberstone. You think these will come back like that redwood log did?
Maybe. After all, everyone knows rocks grow back faster than trees. Oh, another campsite. Wow. There's so many.
Camping capital of the world.
Hey, honey, it's right here.
Okay, I'm coming. I'll light it up on fire.
Nomad the one, the waiter. The gnome with a pink flamingo floaty.
Leaving you. Wahaha. I'm just kidding. Come on, get in. You said you have it to where like you can hear YouTube or you can hear the music, but YouTube can't pick it up.
It should be, yeah.
Okay, good. I was just making sure.
Let me make sure. Yeah. I just unmuted YouTube and couldn't hear the music.
Good, good.
Oh, we're back at the very the entrance.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, we may as well go get this signal tower and the camp and snap.
so this one?
No, not this signal tower. If you keep going, there
Yeah.
will be a bridge straight ahead.
I never left. Can't prove it.
I can't prove anything. Mm. Yeah, if we just keep going straight, it'll be across the bridge. I have to add some resources to drop off. Yeah.
What is your VTuber model supposed to be? Well, we're anime critters and trash cans currently.
Yeah, these are currently just like
We're having
PNG.
we're having our new model debuts on August 1st, and they're gonna be amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
But
They'll be.
currently, just little. Technically, I mean, I could
They're
say
just chibi models in
it
in
in a
trap.
trash.
Right. And then across the bridge.
Oh, I see. I see the.
Yeah.
And
And
I
if we
see
go
that the
across the
doggo
other
is
bridge.
much closer to us now.
Yeah, to the bottom of the chasm here. Maybe we could drive up and get him
Yeah,
after we do the cap and snap.
maybe, yeah.
You do need to be down there anyway to get to the next area.
I get it. 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 Yeah, I get it. I get it. Ooh,
Oh, that's good.
oh, interesting. How about this one? Where did he go? He left me. That son of a bitch.
Stolen the car.
Oh,
Oh, the dog teleported up here.
oh, good.
Basically, you guys are the raccoon? Oh, the
Reckon
raccoon I found outside my my gardens in the bin.
those were almost words. Is dog in now? Ah, dog. Satchel.
I miss backpack.
All right, let's go. We get more plushies. Camp on the plushies.
Yeah, get all the plushies.
Yes, we're trash panda babies. Exactly. Currently.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm upside down because I'm Australian.
I'm not upside down because even though I'm in Australia, I'm American. I want to. My backpack's too heavy.
How many did you pick up?
62. Oh my god, there is a dinosaur. And there's a
There
cat,
is a
and there's a seal, and there's
dinosaur.
a dog, and there's a capybara, and there's a red panda, and there's a alpaca.
Come on, Dino. Let's go, Dino.
No, red panda.
We can see those at the zoo.
Red pandas?
Yeah.
I don't really care about red pandas, to be honest. Actually, it says it
Well,
was a fox, but I think that was a lie.
that was the most red panda looking fox I've ever seen if it was a fox.
Right. Just got the cat. Come on, just give me the dino. Just give me the dino. Just give me the dino.
Dino. No,
Alpaca.
because we cannot change the dog's names to D's nuts because we're not children.
The dog's name is Satchel, named after the late backpack dog. Will I ever? I mean, is the dino gonna be last?
No,
No,
it's
it's next.
not.
Yay!
Dinosaur.
This what stuffing's needed for?
Maybe.
I don't think I used stuffing before, but I don't think we had stuffing before.
Oh, no, we can just use the rough stuffing.
Oh, nice.
Rough stuffing and thread. Although for some reason I can't climb the ladder again.
Oh, sucks for you.
Oh my god. What? Well, this is really wonky.
I have hella feelings for you. Oh man, I'm out of thread. I need more thread. No! Why would you try to leave me while I'm fucking trying to make plushies? You hoe.
I was just moving the car so I could actually, yeah, I can climb the ladder now.
Okay, good.
Sewing machines up top. You got the thread.
I am not a child either. I'm actually 18. You got a problem with that?
No.
No. The 18 plus channel. You're 18. Sounds good to me. I like plushies. I'm gonna move this one down here. Put the dino one up here. Bear over here. And get the thread out of here. I'm gonna make all the plushies. But there, but this
Make hardened metal, yeah.
here. And put this
We
here.
can with a red ore, but we've only got one, so we don't have enough to make
This
that.
here. Oh no, need more thread.
Okay, so you can't land on top of the bus dog thingy.
Okay. Do we have a llama?
Oh. I've glitched again and now I can't climb up the ladder anymore.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think we've made them all now. We can go sleep.
Nice! I will sleep down here because the game won't let me go up.
Okay.
Oh. It's a really weird angle I had to get onto.
Let's go. It's foggy out there, my character says.
Oh, it actually is very foggy, dang.
Whoa.
Uh,
I guess we'll just. Damn. We got the dog, right?
we got the dog, yeah, so I guess we turn around
Yeah, alright,
and...
sounds good. See, not a damn thing. Cool.
Let's go!
Try not to drive off any cliffs.
Well, we will be driving up a cliff at some point.
Okay.
It'll be the fastest way to get to where we need to go.
Alright, well. You give me directions.
Cool. just keep staying on the road and going over the bridge again.
Okie dokie. Silent Hill.
Australia does not have the Second Amendment, so
What? What was said?
well, if you guys are trash panda babies, I have my full right to my Second Amendment, pulling out my tranquilizer darts. We also Australia doesn't have raccoons, so we're
I don't
good.
even see that.
In YouTube,
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. The only thing I say is I'm not a child either. I'm actually 18. You got a problem with that? After,
maybe it's just delayed. I don't know.
am I going the right way?
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, just keep going this way.
Okay. I felt like I turned without knowing where to turn.
Oh yeah, that's weird. I can't see that in the YouTube chat either, but I can see it on the stream chat side. Maybe it got flagged
Oh, I don't know.
because it's mentioned in Second Amendment and guns.
I don't know.
Who knows? So yeah, just keep driving around the road here.
Okay.
Okay, and you just want to go straight.
Sounds good.
Yeah, just keep going straight.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep going straight past these trees.
Uh-huh. Do. This is what happens when we leave a man to handle directions. Wind up lost in a
And keep going
cornfield at the.
straight. Oh my god, this rock's too steep. I guess we've got to back up a bit and go on here. Oh, look, I can. That way, I don't think we've interacted with. Maybe we have,
Yeah, we
though.
have. Because it's
Okay. On my one, it's stacked up.
not for me.
Okay. And then, yeah, just keep going straight. And here we go. We have arrived.
Whee!
Whee! Wow.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent landing.
If we weren't on our side.
Gonna get it. Oh no, you're drowning. Yeah. I wonder we're unstoppable.
Okay.
Oh, hey, look, we're on the other side of the river where we needed to be.
Perfect.
We need to do a U-turn and go behind us into the river. Do you know how many times I have to come out here and clean up the mess that you guys leave behind? Every time you end up jumping out of my bins in the back garden every day, I have to clean. But we can't help it.
Your trash
Stop,
is delicious.
stop discarding delicious, yummy food. Before we couldn't climb this because our motor wasn't high enough level.
Ah, but we got a better motor.
Yeah.
Nice. Tristan's over here doing shit without telling me. It
I did it
works.
last time.
It works.
Oh, thank you for the YouTube subscriptions follow thingy from someone half an hour ago that I
Oh,
missed.
oh no.
I don't have alerts for it, so I didn't notice it.
You set that shit up, babe.
Uh,
At the very least, we need to have it set up by August 1st, but I would like for you to have it set up beforehand.
yeah. I just got done with all the Twitch ones, and I wasn't doing YouTube stuff
You're like,
because I
ugh,
didn't have
tired. So tired.
YouTube.
Can't handle doing two things.
Two things at
I
once.
can't say anything. I slept all damn day, and then I woke up, and then I made breakfast, and then I was like, I'm going back to sleep.
That sounds like a wonderful day.
It was a
Oh,
wonderful day. You were here.
yeah, I know. I did the same thing. I
Oh, there's
slept
a
all day.
cairn up there, babe.
Yeah, I
You
can
see
see
it?
it. I
I don't know how to
don't know
get
how
up
to
there.
get up to it yet.
Sure, we'll figure it out eventually.
Weirdly enough, the fog makes the headlights somewhat useful, but
Does it? That sounds opposite of real life.
yeah, usually
You want to use low lights in the. Oh, we got a campfire here.
nice. And we're at the top of
Oh, fine. We'll charge the battery.
what's in here? Supplies. Got some
Oh my
clay, some
God. Remember
indigo.
back in the day when we used to charge our battery with wood and fiber?
Like poor people.
Like poor people and not with
Oh,
wind. What?
wrench 2 or sickle 3?
I have not run into an instance where I need either one of those, but I guess dealer's choice.
Uh, sickle 3 because I imagine the resources will be more important than wrench 2, which will probably allow us to go past certain areas.
10 hyperfiber and 3 hardened metal.
Never mind. Maybe we get the fiber on this side of the. Oh, there's probably scrap up here. Oh, we're at a point of interest. That's where we're at. Yeah.
The canyon's dry dock. Looks like
That was a boat.
we need to fix the ferry motor.
Oh, this is the ferry.
Oh, I see. Okay. He
Maybe we need to
oh,
wrench 2 to fix.
oh my god.
Oh, genuinely, I think we might.
It does. Yep. Repair motor required wrench 2. Mm-hmm. Damn.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh, in case into like, oh, we don't even have the hardened metals, so
I don't know why I keep randomly deciding to sit places. I play
maybe
so
there's
many
actually even
games where I
just a
could just
city
take
off
chairs.
them.
It's from 7 Days to Die, you know? I used to take chairs all the time. Where am I going? I don't know. Just
If you guys
looking in a
continue to go
direction.
from my bins, we're gonna have to use my tranquilizers to relocate you back into the forest safely and calmly.
Well,
Um, we know where your bins are located. We will return.
yep. True. Sand. Salt, my bad.
Salt? That's good.
Yep, I'm getting all this salt.
This side of the canyon,
I'm just
the gorge.
wandering this foggy wasteland.
Some would say
Found
you're a
sand.
wanderer.
Tell Wanderer I'm her now.
Do it.
Get up
Ooh, yeah, strong bush. We can gather hyperfiber threads now. But my love,
What?
you know what my brain immediately went to when you said, "Gonna tell Wanderer I'm her now."
What?
Do it. Join the dark side.
Why?
Because she likes being brown.
Oh, I see. Let's see. I can make a bread press, a stuffing maker, or an efficient mushroom plot.
I think the
Stuffing
stuffing maker,
maker.
yeah. Okay, the strong bushes require sickle 3, which will get us more hyperfiber.
Yeah. So that'll be good in the long run after we figure out where the strong bushes are.
I mean, I've found some.
Oh,
I'm currently getting the smaller strong bushes that I can just
I'm
pick up when
currently
I.
wandering this. Ooh, I found more salt.
Go doggo.
Oh, now it looks more like salt and less like sand.
Should we go back to the car and sleep so it's not foggy?
This is just outbound hard mode where you have to wander around and find everything without being able to see shit. I don't even know where the car is at this point.
I can see the car. Wow, you went so far. Whoa.
I've been wandering. I found a campfire. I found a bush. I got a hyperfiber.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
This is so hard to see at all. I'm gonna
Hell
get
yeah.
in the car and come and find you so we can sleep.
Okay.
Oh, look, another bush that apparently I walked right past. I see you're moving house, so you can gonna keep your bins in a lockbox. Well, maybe we'll get our bear friends to break down the lock.
Yeah. Where's Kuma?
Oh, good options is either Kuma or a hairy gay man.
How many hairy gay men do you know?
I know the location of gay bars because security work.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look, the fog ended.
Uh-huh. That's why you know the location of gay bars.
I can't help the fact that my security training was literally done in a gay bar
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
half the time because
Uh-huh.
we could. Hey, honey,
I
the fog's over, but it's nighttime now.
I found banana bread apparently.
Nice. We got a few banana bread. Oh wow, the
I
signal
just
failed.
came from there.
Wow.
I just came from that. I guess I'll go back.
This. How much hyperfiber did it
Oh,
do
it
we
looks like
need?
there's more salt. That's good.
Oh, oh, it's 10 hyperfiber itself. Oh,
Yeah. So only one of us is going to be able to make that sickle first. Although, to be fair, every time somebody makes the tool, somebody does it first. Anyways. Okay, we've got fountains, excuse me, potted cacti, or flower beds. You know what? Why not? Why not? Let's fucking have a fountain. Why not? I'm coming back. Oh, wait, there's more salt over here.
oh, you are in like a salt lake. Wow, it's nice.
Where I've been getting all that salt. Oh my god, babe, the dog's not in the car. The dog's not in the car. It's chasing you.
I know, I'm trying to escape. It's rabid.
It just keeps I just look over. Poor dog's chasing the car and you're driving away.
I'm gonna back up off this hill. Whee!
Wait for me. Did you leave me?
Yeah, I backed up off the hill.
Oh my god, I'll die if I fall down there. You turd.
I believe you.
Oh my god.
You can fall down the rocks. And there's another one lower down. And then,
Ow.
yeah, you're alive.
You're a bitch.
I'm a bitch.
What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I was gonna build this fucking.
Should we sleep?
I need a rock.
You need a rock?
A rock. Like a normal rock. I need 4 rocks.
What do you need 4 rocks for?
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, we destroyed them all.
Well, fuck.
That's part of the reason why I was trying to leave 10 of each. Because we might need the resources. But I think we destroyed them all to make glass.
God damn it. I was trying to do something.
Oh, sorry. We can still do something?
There.
Oh, fountain.
They look like shit. I wanted to make the prettier one.
Oh,
But
but that's what you need the rocks for.
the prettier fountain, yeah. I wonder if I could break something that's made of rocks.
Oh, I didn't see you go up the ladder. I'll go and look for rocks. Like, I think I see his charging station over there. Wow, this is just a wasteland we're in.
What is needed to make efficient solar
Tranquilizer
panel?
is strong enough to take out a current bear, so good luck getting to my tracking. Well, you're gonna have to leave your house at some point, maybe. Says people that don't leave their house.
Yeah. I mean, we
Oh,
go to
what's
the
this
store.
wood? Ah, Everwood. Everwood.
Uh-oh.
Bum, 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 bum. Mm.
I made a stuffing maker. I don't know what it's for, but I made one. Stuffing, obviously, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Like we have rough stuffing from the cattails, and then there's a different type of stuffing, like fine stuffing or something, that we need for some research. I can tell you very much now that this rocky area doesn't have rocks.
So weird. Oh my god, the mushroom plots were made using rocks.
They
We
were.
don't even need those.
We don't.
I'm gonna move these beehives over here then.
I found more cactus. Oh, these might be. These are bushes. Is there 6?
Yeah.
Yes, I've got enough. The hyperfiber.
Good.
Do we have enough of the other stuff?
What? What the other thing I wanted to make?
No, enough of the other stuff to make the sickle.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to check in a minute. I'm trying to find a good place to put this.
You're just having fun, aren't
Yeah.
you? You just fire the tranquilizer through the windows. Don't have to come out of my house. I mean, how are you gonna get food? What if we just do a raccoon and bear siege of your house and stop you from getting any food?
Yeah. Bitch, I guess. Anyways, what was that?
Also, the person who subscribed to us is named Science with Mr. Riz.
I love it.
What a name.
Okay, for the sickle, we need hardened metal and fiber, hyper fiber.
Oh, you used a hyperfiber on something.
Oh, I didn't.
That's
I
fine.
didn't use it.
We can't get the hardened metal yet. We need more red ore.
Oh, all right.
I think we. Oh, this fountain's so cute, but it's so small.
Yeah, I don't know. I expected it to be bigger.
Why is the fudge? Oh my god.
Ah, yes, at our beautiful fountain with our dog.
That'd probably be a good water bowl for the dog.
Yeah. Well, so with the fucking pool.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I don't want the fountain anymore. I decided against it.
A bed surrounded in plushies. I love it.
I'll put this higher.
I love the rubber duckies.
Aw,
What do you mean? What do you do? What's the funny? Oh! Yeah, you can't use them as beds. That would be nice if you could. It's just a sit down spot.
yeah, but it's nice.
We pre-stocked food before we came back with the bear. Or maybe we'll just burn down your house.
There we go. So beautiful. Hold on, hold on, hold on. How about the fountain now? Hold on, hold on. Also, I don't know what angles these beds are being set down on. So can you sit on these hammocks, babe? I want to see what way they're facing so I can make sure they're right.
This one?
No. All right. Go sit on the other one. Okay, yours is fine.
This one's good.
Um, where'd it go? Oh, there.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah. Now I have a nice little outdoor area.
We do have a nice little outdoor area. How cute and cozy. I don't know why none of these like torches or things actually provide light.
I don't either.
Yeah, the plushies, the dinos.
Yeah, I love dinos.
They're so cute. Mm,
Okay, I think we're good.
You were not touching the ladder. You were climbing up in air and then went through the roof of the car.
I'm gonna watch it on your stream. Hold on. Because it's delayed, I'll be able to see it.
You will be able to.
I want to tell you how fucking delayed it is because you're still looking at the map.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm excited.
You're like, nowhere to let her. Why does that car keep getting higher and higher?
Okay, how did I just have an out of body experience? What the heck is going on? What?
What is happening? What is wrong with your arms?
What am I doing?
Oh no.
On my screen, I'm sitting in the chair and laying down on the ground.
You're just laying, like, fully extended, except for your hands. I'm so
Oh my
sorry.
god! My an- my ankles, my ankles of the hand, my wrists are broken.
Oh no.
What the heck?
Babe, you look very uncomfortable. Somehow comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time.
Well, I can see myself in the car.
No, you're out of the car now.
Yeah, but no, like look on my stream once it catches up.
Oh yeah.
I'm just sitting in the car.
Oh wow, that's weird.
I can sit in my own lap.
Why am I sitting on the door?
What is up with you? Where are you? I'm gonna close this. There we go. I'm driving myself around. Oh my god, you're in me. What is this? Looks like the tranquilizer's starting to kick in. I think it's something stronger than a tranquilizer.
For some reason, your character isn't looking at the road and looking directly at me.
That's because I know what's the most important thing in this car.
Oh my god. The dog.
You'll be.
Wait, was there sand on my head just now? What is on my head? What is on my head on your screen?
What is on your head is my hair. Oh, the car's overheated. We are in desert.
Oh, I see. Okay, we should probably make it
Uh,
cooler, yeah? Didn't we
yeah. I think we had what we needed.
cool
Electronics and
down?
hardened metal. We need more hardened metal.
Oh, how do we get hardened metal again?
We need red ore. We've got uh one. Yeah, I've got one red ore. I'm making one hardened metal. We need two at least just to research it.
Well, I cooled it down.
How'd you cool it down?
Water.
Oh, cool.
So we just try and get to the next area.
Um, I recommend not going to the next area and instead going back because this is all a desert ahead of us.
Ah, I see. Oh, looks like we missed a campsite too. Or two campsites.
Yeah. Wow, that's heating up really fast.
I can't tell, I'm not driving.
It's already in the yellow near the red, and it's about to overheat. Is this cooler?
Oh, now there it is, yeah. It's starting to
Yeah, it's a bit cooler here. We've overheated again.
get out.
Can't cool it down with me in the car.
No. This is how I get through. I used to do this all the time with a car. Okay. Not saying it was healthy for the car or me, but I had to stop every once in a while just to put water in the car. There have been some very friendly service workers out there who've been like, oh, yeah. Yeah, here, hold on. We've got a water hose and here's a sink.
We might need to drive at night, honestly.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, it stopped going up in this area. So we've left the desert.
Okay.
Desert.
Is that the color of the fairy?
Ugh. That's a that did not look that color at nighttime.
Nope. The colors in this game at nighttime are like completely wrong.
Yeah. I
All
think
right.
we
Well,
go.
well, I mean, if we'd gone back, oh, never mind. That would have been back into the desert area.
Yeah. Yeah, back towards the other campfire is the desert. This way
This is
it's not
new.
heating up.
Hmm. We'll just go this way and then see if we can find rocks, I guess.
Yeah.
Ore, you said?
Red ore is what it is. So yeah. I
Where'd you
think the
get red
only
ore
red ore
from?
I think we got it from a supply crate. So I don't even know what it looks like.
I imagine it probably looked like the coarse ore, but red.
Yeah.
Oh, like here's some ore. Hold on, stop.
Yeah, imagine this is just coarse
This is
ore.
red ore.
This is red ore?
Yeah. There's some over here.
Even this?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Wow.
Oh, there's a lot of it over here.
That's great. That is fantastic. This was the biggest hiccup in getting even the sickle as well was the hardened metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well this we get these hyper fibers.
Are these hyperfibers?
Yeah, these bushes, yeah.
Oh.
They're like a yellowy
Yeah.
brown.
They're yellow to me. Hee-haw.
Yo.
I was talking to Tristan last night while we were working on this. I said, every time that my character runs out of salmon, I just want to be like, hee haw, because that's what it sounds like she's saying. Maybe that's just breathing.
Okay, let me go up.
Campfire over there, too.
Get all that cooking.
New
This.
radio signal
Oh,
received.
it's way far back. We're not going to be getting that one for a while.
Okay.
Okay, what else do we need to get this? Electronics of the floor variety.
There's another Captain Snap. I didn't want to sit down. What is it this time? Furniture!
Oh,
You know that monkey lamp? That's an option.
oh, nice. I like how I'm just sitting in the
It's a
passenger.
turtle stool. That's awesome. Found a cairn.
Bacon.
A fake cairn.
Yep.
The name of my old Animal Crossing island?
Yep.
Okay. Ah, two hyper fiber, bottle cap, cotton, scrap metal.
I have a sickle 3, so I'll run and get
Nice.
these big bushes, and then you'll be able to make a sickle 3 when you come back.
Nice. I see another thing up here, another point of interest. Where's a plane?
Yeah, you are at the next point of interest. I will.
I need more bottle caps. I want all of these furnitures.
With all the cooking stations you have in your caravan, this reminds me of Breaking Bad. Honestly, yeah, you're not wrong. Go that way. Okay, I'm gonna drive up to you.
Okay. The monkey lamp.
Monkey lamp watching you with its monkey eyes.
Oh,
That's
I'm
cute.
out of bottle caps anymore.
Well, I'm on my way.
I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. In the jungle. Oh my god, I got 30 red ore free, babe.
Oh, that's amazing. I'll open this for reasons and then get to build an electronics. How many electronics do we need? I think it was 4. Yeah.
Oh, flipping go.
2 more electronics. You
Yeah.
should be able to make your sickle whenever you want.
Okay, good, good, good. I'll do that next. After I get these. I got a bear chair.
No wonder you've been having out-of-body experiences. You've been sniffing too much of the special sugar. Yeah, yeah.
It's a lucky cat.
What we cook in the van stays in the van, and my lungs. Okay, 5 hardened metal, 4 electronics. Good thing.
Raccoon chair, I think. Tanuki chair, my bad. Same thing.
I genuinely think it is. Same thing.
Yeah, chair.
The raccoon dog.
It's a reindeer chair. Oh no, I can't get the. I don't know what this is, honestly. Bird feeder, maybe?
What is that?
I don't know.
I hope no one has trypophobia. Like, trypophobia? That's the one with the holes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, look. If you don't
Let
think
me
we
get a
have a
red map.
bear's gonna watch our back.
Yeah, campfire lit. I just ran through it because I'm a genius. I'll get these other red ore. So how are you doing today, Mr. J?
Poof. Oh no. I need 2 stuffings. It's a good thing I can make stuffing now. So I can make the turtle poof. It's so cute. Now introducing a new kids toy, the Playmobil or the meth lab. Now your kids can have fun while your parents go out for the night.
Oh no. I think it's going to be a bit more than fun. It's already bad enough without being high on meth.
Poof.
Okay, okay.
I can sit on the turtle.
Oh, that's lovely.
You see where I put the chairs?
Oh, oh.
Put them back here. Don't say, hey, that's a cap and snap, as if we don't have like almost fucking everything in that cap and snap.
We now have the cooler.
Oh, I need stuffing. One more stuffing. Good, good, good. Oh wait, I still need to make my sickle.
Yeah. Let me see if there's any other upgrades that needed hardened metals. That required cloth.
Sweet. Sickle. Added. Ha! Look.
Yeah.
Now we have a monkey lamp.
Ooh.
What?
Monkey lamp. We can make power cells, so we could get the last battery upgrade.
Ooh, we can.
Missing batteries. So one which requires more sheet metal and make a bunch of sheet metal.
Well, hold on. Let's just.
Oh
All
my
right, let's go sleep.
god, we're gonna need a shit ton of
Sheet metal and bolts. Yeah.
sheet metal bolts and like electronics.
Yep. Yep.
It's 4 for 1. That's insane.
Yep. Don't we need like 4 power cells or something?
4 for the research and probably another one for the battery.
Huh?
Okay, deposit that.
Well, what is the? Is that just for the battery upgrade, or is that for the motor upgrade?
The battery upgrade.
Oh, we
That's
can't
just the
even do the
battery.
bat. We can't even do the motor upgrade yet.
No. How
But that will
many?
be the final one.
Yeah, I'm making all the electronics we needed.
Okay. Hi.
What are we missing? Bolts.
Look, I did.
I'm gonna make as many as we can, but
Okay, that's fine.
we might like we're probably still gonna be short because of scrap metal.
I love this little outdoor area.
It is so cute. Like before we had nothing to put outdoors, and
Yeah, but
now
like I didn't think that we could put 2 hammocks out here. But good. I'm happy about that. I'm going to this next point of interest.
nice.
See what's over here.
Good idea. Oh, let me get another redwood plank, log to light that campfire.
Oh, water bottle and a bottle cap and a dog treat. I'm still gonna need a wood for that, huh? The house exploded out of itself.
I'm gonna need some. Oh no, I can climb the ladder again.
Good job.
I'm having some really weird glitches with the house. I had to move the ladder up to be able to climb it because I got stuck halfway up.
Okay, I got the recipe for the birdhouse thing, I think.
Oh, nice.
Insect hotel with roof. My bad. It was an insect hotel. I should have known.
But that got worse. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna
I'm
light
not
this
gonna make that.
campfire.
Oh my goodness.
Campfire lit. Did you make your sickle?
Yes.
Nice.
I also made 2 lawn flamingos.
I'm glad you're having fun. Hot air balloon is already. What can we do with the hot air balloon? What? Oh, you can start the hot
Oh
air balloon
shit.
ride with 2 redwood planks.
Oh. I haven't been over there yet. I know I said I was gonna go over there, but then I didn't. Oh, that's cute. Oh yeah, okay. Why did we leave the van over here?
Because you were doing stuff with it.
Oh. There's some more red ore over here.
Yeah, there's a lot of red ore around. More than we're probably gonna ever need. Oh, more bottle caps. That's good. Wonder if we're gonna have to repair a plane. Oh, probably not. Oh, a gnome with a
Nice.
steering wheel. Crash the dummy. Oh, found the encrypting. Well, the decryptor. Crap metal. Yes. Oh, decent amount of scrap metal in this place.
There really is. Oh, found the terminal thingy.
Found the data
Oh,
bank.
it doesn't even. Oh, we need to do something.
Oh. Okay, we brought the plane down.
It said the autopilot is in desperate need of some maintenance. The airplane keeps flying off by itself.
Uh,
Oh, this like
hold on.
goes all the way up there.
Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa.
Ah,
Good amount of bottle caps here, which is nice. I'm gonna start the hot air balloon to see what that does.
wait for me. I'm not gonna ride a hot air balloon without me.
I don't even know if I can ride it. I got the planks.
Well, just in case. Okay.
Oh, you can get in it. Whee! Just a femboy. Hello!
Oh, welcome back. How you doing?
We're riding a hot air balloon.
Yeah,
Oh
we're
wow, there's so many people up here.
Oh my God, there are other people in this world. Crazy.
This is our first sign of other people. Have all been living in hot air balloons. Oh, we're gonna go up to the very top. That's how we get up here.
Oh. Yeah, I was looking to see. I was like, how do we get up there? I don't know.
Oh, there's a
But you
huge.
were gonna leave me.
I was gonna start the hot air balloon from outside of it and not even be in it.
Oh, sure.
Because I tried to jump into the
Our dogs were running around down there like, where did they go?
I tried to jump into the basket, but it wouldn't let me before.
I don't know.
How you doing, femboy?
Are you having a good day?
What?
Ooh. All right, what's this? This looks broken. Oh, we need a wrench too.
No. Is that all we need for it?
No.
Hard metal. Okay, that's actually not gonna. I'll add it to the task log.
How? Oh, you did this just now?
Yeah.
I was like, I can't remember to do it. And I was like, how was it already done?
Okay, so you need redwood planks each time you start it. Start the hot air balloon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
I know how we get down.
Whee!
I'm an anchor. My anchors.
I'm low on health suddenly for no reason. I'm gonna go eat some lavender.
There's a dog attack.
Massive dog attack.
Okay, so we need to
Start with the
explore
ginger,
for
actually.
more signal terminals. And I do know where some are.
Okay, we're good on the ginger.
By some, I mean at least one.
I ate all the ginger.
Oh my god, poor redhead's gone.
How do we get the balloon back?
You can call it back.
Okay. There's so many people up there.
Yeah, they're all trapped in the sky. I'm gonna call it back.
Okay.
Because we'll need it down here anyway.
Whoa! Whoa!
Flying.
Whoa! I don't know. I'm also flying.
Um,
Um,
what is happening?
intended game design, obviously.
It thinks we're both in the basket. Okay, we're gonna fly
Into
until it
into
lands.
this rock? It just into okay, I'm in a rock. I'm in a mountain. Hmm.
What the fuck?
I don't think I'm supposed to be over here, but okay. Well, I
Oh,
mean,
we're slowly descending.
oh, that's good. I guess it's just gonna bring me to this road over here.
No, it's gonna take us through the floor because there's still one more to go.
Oh shit.
Through the floor we
Through the
go.
floor. I'm gonna die.
Bye bye, dog. The RV's yours now.
What the fuck? Hi, Tristan.
Hi.
Intended game design.
Oh,
Ah!
no!
No!
Oh,
Oh,
we're by the car.
wait, that worked.
Wait, the car? Oh my god, we got teleported to the start of the.
What?
Oh no.
Oh no, we were so far away from here. It's like you glitched.
Well, we
Alright.
may as well go to this signal terminal that's active.
True.
Oh my god, you're still in me. This has been a glitchless game so far.
I love it.
Okay, on the road to the glitchless shaft.
That was funny.
Good to know that when
Calling back the balloon. We're just gonna.
it's best to be in a really high place. Like up at the balloon. That is. I feel like that wouldn't be hard to fix if they actually tested it.
Yeah. Well, they probably didn't like think. I don't know. Like you
Probably
don't
not.
like the thing is like I kind of understand it because like when you're testing a game, you test for what you think the bugs will be,
Yeah.
and then you get people who test things like us. Yeah, we're actually playing the game. We could make logs. For example, yesterday I noticed that there's a glitch with one of the painting things, one of the wood painting things. I'll show you.
Oh.
Well, like I already told you.
Oh yes, 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 you did tell me about that glitch.
Okay, so right here, all the other things they have, if I go to paint anything, right? You've got a wood, which is like this is the outside wood, this is the inside wood. Oh my God, Tristan.
We got couches now.
Well, that's awesome. And then we've got different metal flavors, right? Flavors, that's what I said.
I love licking metal.
On this one in particular, this wood affects the outside wood. This second wood also reflects outside wood. And this metal colors the inside wood. And nothing changes the actual metal color. That was the glitch that I found yesterday. But now that. Oh, I need a beeswax to get the cat. But also. Ew.
Hmm?
Fuck.
The couch? Yeah,
Yeah.
it did not look good. I was wondering, like, maybe we'll unlock more couches.
Well, I mean, I'll be able to paint it and that'll be fine, but.
It doesn't even look good as just a. Ooh, I don't like that design at all of a couch. What? Yeah, options for
Oh
painting.
well.
Awful.
Not great.
Well, I got it because it was one of the options.
Yep.
And I was thinking maybe it'll be okay.
If I do this, I unset the camp and I sit. Oh, I have to set camp to sit in that chair. Okay, never mind. All right, let's go.
Come on, Satchel, get in. Yeah.
Teleports.
Well, now we got to drive off the cliff again.
All right. We could just like go down the
We could go
normal.
down, yeah.
There, down. We made it. Good job.
All we have to do is not land on the. Last time we landed on the wheels and we bounced and flipped over. That time we landed on the side and bounced and flipped onto the wheels.
There we go.
Intended.
I will say it's probably one of my favorite things to do is to flip this van.
It really is fun driving on.
I think I'd feel a lot differently if we had to keep repairing it.
Yeah.
But for now, it's just very amusing. All right, I'll be a navigator. I'll be Nami.
Well, Navigator waifu.
Better be your only navigator waifu.
Oh yeah, Nami is definitely no.
Does anybody currently watch One Piece besides us?
We're currently on the Fishman Island arc. No spoilers past that point, or even during the arc.
I think
I
we'd be the one giving spoilers at this point.
yeah, like I've watched up to like some of the more recent stuff. I haven't watched the last 50 episodes because I decided not to watch One Piece without my wife.
I actually want to finish watching One Piece so we can watch the live action and roast the fucking shit out of it.
Oh yeah, yeah. There are major spoilers that they're spoiling way early, and it just takes away from from just any suspense, any build up, anything. It just takes away from it.
Hmm. The only thing really that was kind of off to me is just like obviously the way that they met was all different. And it's just,
It ruins the characters for me.
I've only seen the first episode, but I've seen little glimpses of other things.
I watched the first episode and I have decided that like I wouldn't be against watching it, but I wouldn't be watching it for entertainment.
Mm-mm.
I would be watching it literally to roast the shit out of it
Mm-hmm.
and to see everything they do horribly wrong.
Yep, yep, yep.
My little ducky,
Hmm.
minus the murder.
I feel like I don't want to be compared to Little Ducky because she got killed by her dad.
Yeah, that's why I said minus the murder.
Oh, you said murder. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh.
I thought you said motor, to be honest, and I realized I didn't know what you meant by that and just kind of brushed over it. Gonna go left here. Can you go left here? There you go. And then go left.
Left.
No, straight.
Don't know why you didn't tell me to go right. Almost got lost. Took so many lefts I had to turn right. Whee!
Okay, fine. Right.
Right?
Swear to God.
And this is why I don't drive in real life. No, I would be slightly more responsible in real life with an actual car. But I don't want to drive
Left.
because I was just messing around. You don't need to give directions for everything, my love.
Uh-huh. I can't believe it stuck us like at the beginning of the area.
Yeah, it could have put us literally anywhere on this side of the chasm, but no.
Mm-hmm.
I think what we do, seeing as we have the cooling thing, is just in case that happens again, we go lower the drawbridge.
Oh, it's a good idea, actually.
And while we're over there, we can see if there's another signal tower
Yeah.
out of the range too.
Okay. Sounds like a plan, man. Oh,
God.
yeah, I guess we go to sleep then.
Yeah.
Day 56.
That didn't charge the card. Yeah.
God, because look how slow they're moving.
They didn't add anything throughout the night. Honestly, manually spinning them would probably be faster.
Yep. Energy producers do we have? We have the more efficient wind turbine, which
We do.
sources from one efficiently charged battery when there is wind. Obviously, then there's the rainwater turbine, which we're not gonna really get nothing out of. Solar. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Solar. Solar. Here we go. We're getting ready to have a second form of.
Yippee!
All right. We were able to make 3.
See how much energy we're getting.
This current efficiency low.
We're making 0.1 from solar panels because then they don't have sun hitting them.
I don't really.
Oh yeah, yeah. The sun's slowly creeping forward. If it reverse, they might get sun.
Yeah, reverse.
Actually, let's get up so we're not on this slope. That would be affecting it. Let's go for a drive, me. Hey, honey.
I feel like here would be fine.
There we go. Now we're on flat surface. Where's the sun? Whoops. Pressed at the same time, but it just took a while for my animation to actually go. I think they're getting sun.
This says low efficiency, but it looks like it's going faster. If we can get some more scrap metal, we can make more.
I wonder if the efficiency's low because
It's probably low because it's not the high efficiency solar panel. I'd have to have 2 bolts each for solar panels. Right now it's just made out of scrap metal.
to say, yeah, I think it's just because they don't have any.
I mean, it's foggy.
True, yeah, that'll do it.
Ooh, I got beeswax.
Nice.
I needed that for something that I don't remember.
As a research, we need like 12 beeswax for.
Nope, it was this waving cat.
Ah, yes.
There you go. And now it's on the dashboard. He's over there thinking I'm thinking about important things. All right, let's go.
Let's go, second me.
What?
Second me and my wife. That combined. The diffusion dance. Jacqueline.
Why are you still in that passenger seat?
I don't know.
Are you just like stuck there?
Just duplicated myself.
Okay.
Fear
I'm so
my
handsome.
fear my manliness.
Beautiful.
Whee! Think this is the way to the
Yeah,
driveway?
it's the right way.
Yippee! Well, we're right
The
this way.
dog isn't even in the car. The poor thing. Wait for the dog to catch up. Okay, there we go. We can go now. Just, I'm like looking at the map. The dog's chasing us. Poor thing.
This is why we could never own a dog.
Yeah. The cat never would have left the camper van.
Exactly.
Oh my god, what in the fuck happened to your chat, bruh?
My chat?
Yeah, it's just like all of it says message retracted.
What? In YouTube chat?
Yeah, it all says
Oh.
message retracted. Do you see that?
No, mine are just. I wonder if they got banned.
Oh, maybe.
Well, we're at the drawbridge. Hopefully, we don't need the wrench too.
Oh my god, I'll be so mad. Not at you, just the fact that they want a wrench too.
And now we're fine.
This right here, I saw something like this on somebody's. This right here, this little vine thingy. I think this is going to be something we can unlock as a decoration. But yeah, at least we haven't got that unlocked.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the drawbridge is down, so we're never gonna get. Never gonna have that problem again. I think there's a can somewhere along here. It's too dark to tell. Why is it so foggy?
Oh.
I don't know
What
you.
causes fog?
Um, Temperature difference and moisture.
Probably temperature difference in moisture.
I never thought of that.
Oh, wait. Is that the.
Yeah, there's a storm bush.
Ooh. 5. That 5 hyperfiber really was a load off my back. Wait, there's a campsite behind us.
Yeah,
Alright. Well, I guess we'll have to go back that way, won't we?
I don't know what. Oh, overlook. I know anything interesting here? Oh, this is a good, lovely view of grey.
Oh my god, it's my favorite color. Yeah, she says, my character's like, would you look at that?
My character said, "Wow, what a view." I'm just gonna run further up. You can go. You can drive back to
I'm
the
a bit disappointed. Like, I really want to see this view because I feel like they set it up here for us to be able to see it, like, based on the responses that our characters gave.
Yeah.
Man, I want to see it now. I'm so mad. Oh, it is over this way, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's down lower.
Oh,
I was just trying to see if there's like a can or something over here.
there's
But no.
random seats. Oh,
They
there's
had
a
a
bottle cap.
banana peel on them. Oh, you found a bottle cap.
And I
Okay.
found a can. Trash. You left trash here and a bottle cap.
Yeah, that's the entire purpose of that. That's it. Okay, I guess we turn around and go for that campsite. This fog is lasting for ages.
That's what I was saying. Maybe we'll just skip the day and see if tomorrow's clearer.
Yeah, good idea.
Because I want to see that spot that the developers thought that we'd think was really cool looking. I didn't even see the fucking fan. I just saw our house appear.
It's not evening yet. Oh no, I guess we'll do base stuff like watering these crops.
Make some, uh, make some bolts. Oh, can't. Always
I
got. Oh.
wonder if the rain collectors collect the fog. Nope.
With a 20 hyper thread and 6 cloth, we can make a backpack.
Yeah, it's just we don't have the ability to make cloth yet. Ah, we can sleep. Slippity slap.
All right, let's see what they thought was pretty. Ooh. Huh?
Oh, this is a much better view
Yeah.
when we can actually see. Oh. Ah, and one with nature.
All right, let's go. Oh, there's a campfire up there too.
Satchel. There you go. He finally teleported in. Meow. Meow.
There's a campfire up the corner here and a campfire up at the cliff there.
Oh, there's also a supply cache.
I'd hope so. They usually tend to be there around campfires.
And a gnome I can see. There's a gnome by the cactus. I will get the redwood.
Okay, I guess I'll get the gnome. Oh my god, it's so cute. Miss Silly Goose. I
It's like
wish we could put.
half of the gnomes. Hot Horizons campfire. Nice.
All right. Next is.
Oh, we found Area 51. It's that big satellite dish.
Yep, aliens there. Yep,
I think that's
bless you.
actually the point of interest. And thank you.
Don't forget there's gonna be a
Mhm.
campfire on top of this cliff here.
Mhm.
Oh, and there's a thingy there in front of us. Come on, have a wrench. Have a wrench. Let me out. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run over there. Damn it, efficient rainwater energy.
Well, I guess that's what we're getting. The next one will probably have a wrench
He
because
left me. It's okay, he left the dog too. The dog's still following you, not me, but you know, whatever.
you can tell the dog to follow you.
I know I could, but I'm not gonna, because what's the point? We've both been abandoned by you.
I'm equal.
Equally evil.
Equal in abandonment.
Hee haw.
Ho he.
Hee haw.
Ni hao.
Ni hao ma.
Wo hen hao. Mm. So get campfire.
Is up here. Steady balance campgrounds.
Yep. Diddy Valence campground. Is there a can or something or a gnome
Yep.
up there? Nice.
Cairn.
Karen.
Of course, there's a cairn next to the biggest fucking cairn.
The natural Karen next to her. Move it all cam direct.
I don't see any gnomes though.
Unfortunate. We've got more cans than gnomes so far in this region, but that's okay. Sometimes you hit areas where there's a bunch of gnomes in a small cluster. Yeah, fully charged up. Ready to go do a Yui?
Yep. I will get in eventually. All right.
Ooh, probably gonna get a nice speed boost going down here.
That'll be nice. Wee.
Oh my god, are we gonna hit 60?
Zoom, zoom.
Yeah, we'll hit 60. We're gonna hit 80? Yeah! Woo! The fastest we've ever
You're
gone.
gonna hit this. Oh. Oh, I didn't know we can go over this way.
Yeah, I saw that over here from up top, and I'm just wondering if there's something cool down here. The answer is maybe, but I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Whee!
Maybe there's more scrap over there.
Yeah,
We could
maybe.
get more scrap over there. Where are you going? The
The
other
road.
way, towards the, go to Area 51.
I will.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the road to it.
All right.
The power station over here, I think.
Yeah.
Might be the painting one
It's
though.
not. That's power. Painting is 2, and it looks like it has spray things in the middle.
Ah, okay. Broken leg syndrome. Welcome in, Milky.
Mhm.
There's a gnome. Oh, he's got a heart balloon. Look at him.
Adorable.
Uh,
Fox quality. It had a nose piercing.
oh wow, Fox quality's wild.
Why is your leg? Did you break your leg, Milky? Or are you just
How's
saying
it
because
doing,
that's
Milky?
because I'm not
You
driving?
alright?
Is that a comment on my not driving?
Let me give me a second. I must throw plushie at my wife.
All right. Oh, wait, there's another cairn. Hold on. Stop.
What?
I see a cairn out here in the distance.
Oh my god, good spot.
Oh my god, it's an oasis.
Oh, that is lovely.
Ooh. Can't wait to go down there later.
Definitely gonna be at least one gnome down there.
Yeah, surely. One's probably gonna be wearing a floaty.
Probably.
There are a lot of gnomes wearing floaties.
They really are. How you doing, Milky?
You know, I think I'd like to be able to see all the gnomes we've collected.
You can, there is a collection log,
Mhm.
but it'll tell you like what number gnome they are and everything as well. Indeed.
Oh, I see. Very cute. Because I didn't get to see all of them. Most of them is just like, they're just names to me. Because you found most of them.
I feel like we found a relatively even amount of them.
No, not even close.
I feel like I found at least one, and you found at least one, so even.
All right. We need things.
Things and stuff and things. Oh, we don't have the golden bullet, but we have everything else.
What? Oh.
Uh, okay, so corn, red ore, cotton. Okay, let me search by whatever this. This is amount.
Oh my god. There's 3 different ones.
Oh wow.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. And I'll get this one. I want this one. This one makes me feel like I can accomplish something. Okay. So let's see. Indigo cap. I don't think I ate all those.
No, we still have indigo cap and indigo caps.
Oh yeah, there's one. No, 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 no.
I feel like I saw something where we
Take
could
one
make
out.
the golden
Okay,
bullet.
and then grain. Wait, here's a carrot. Take one out. Wait, carrot. Take one out. And then grain, coarse ore, fiber.
Oh no, we do have the golden. Well, no, we don't have the golden bullet. It's a mushroom that we haven't encountered yet.
Where's the grain? Oh, there it is. Okay. I got ones for this one.
Okay. Well, tomato, corn.
Right.
red ore.
You.
And where's the cotton?
Yay, we did one. Corn, red ore, cotton, golden bullet, and wild tomatoes. And then,
The only one we're missing is the golden bullet.
all right, and then what's for this one? Seashell, coconut, sun-capped, honey, and raw coffee beans. I think we could do that one. Do you want to do that one?
I've gotten everything for except the golden bullet for
No, I was
coconut.
talking about for this other one.
Oh yeah, we can get all that. Raw coffee and honey bean. Yeah, I can get all that.
Yeah, you did that one, and that's in this one.
Yay.
So this is like the first environment we went to. And this one is the second environment we went to, and this one's the third. This is where we are
Yeah.
currently,
Honey.
which is why we have most of it, but not everything yet.
Coconut. Seashell. And then a raw coffee bean. And that should be everything. This one just here? Ooh, bananas.
Oh, that's how we get these.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And I get that from the other one. And on top of the world. All right, and so we'll need the golden bullet to
There's
finish
something
this
else
one.
back here as well. Yeah, we haven't seen mushrooms in this zone, so there might be this zone's
Shit
mushrooms.
on me. 'Cause I'm on top of the world. I'm
Um,
on top of the world. Yeah. Maybe there is a mushroom down in the
there's
oasis
another
area.
thing here.
Oh, is it? Okay.
We
No,
don't
we
have
haven't even
any
been in that
room.
area yet. It's probably why it's set aside from the other ones, because that's our next area.
Yeah.
And we'll need to come back.
Yeah, I wonder what's in the oasis.
Oh.
Hello, oasis.
Oh my god, Tristan, come here. Come here. Turn your flashlight on. Come in here.
I have fallen down into the oasis.
Oh, the next area is gonna be like fucking China.
Oh yes, it's also got like bloatum
The
blossom.
blossom stuff and the bamboo. Oh, it's gonna be so
Well, I
pretty.
got some dragon fruit.
That's cool. I'm gonna go get the car.
Yeah, I'm in the oasis.
Yeah, I'll drive over there.
Trying to keep my eye out for any mushrooms, but it looks like it's just dragon fruit down there.
Dragon fruit's good to have. We like dragon fruit. Well, we like dragon fruit flavoring.
But this fruit breathes fire. Rawr. Tropical treasure hiding a refreshing, dazzling taste. Okay,
No,
cool.
it's not. If refreshing is like water, then sure. Tastes like water
Bottle
that you
caps
chew.
in a can. Oh, found a gnome. Oh my god, he's fishing. Audacio.
You know,
Yeah. Still have no clue where the golden bullets are.
me either. You think they'd be a little bit more abundant?
You would think, yeah.
Nope, I'm leaving you. Fuck you.
Oh no, she's abandoned
Revenge
me.
is a bitch.
That's okay, I'm gonna explore over this way while you go that way. I don't think that was the original oasis we saw as well. Yeah, it's not. There's another oasis with a campfire in it.
I don't know how I managed this, but yeah, right.
Oh, this area is gonna look lovely.
Opa.
Mm.
Let me shut up for red. Yep,
I also wonder what's in that.
bedtime.
I mean, if you hop into bed, I can sleep wherever.
Yeah.
Set up a camp. Set up a tent, going to sleep in the wilderness about 10 meters from the van.
Well, that's probably for the best. I don't even like.
That is an interesting angle you're on.
I can't get down. Yeah.
You got this, honey.
House just goes directly into the ground. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She grew there.
I was like, oh well, afraid to hit unstuck. I'll do it. Oh, all the way over here? Damn.
That's not bad. If you go back along the road, you hit the oasis.
Alright.
I see a signal tower in the distance over here, so I'm gonna run to it.
Okay.
And you can come and pick me up from over there.
I'm just gonna drive directly towards you.
That works. If you follow the road around to your right, you'll get up to where I'm going.
Oh, the oasis over here?
No, 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 no. If you just keep following that road up, it'll take you to this shack I can see in the distance.
Okay.
You can see the road goes there.
I see.
And then we can check out the oasis on the way back.
Okay. There's a campfire in there.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, there's my wife. Driving down the street, she's looking mighty sexy. I'm in the
Oh my god.
desert.
I'm gonna fucking.
It might be a mirage.
Yeah, it's a mirage. Something wrong with you.
There's plenty wrong with me. But marrying you is not one.
Oh my god. Gay.
I'm so gay for you, my love. Oh.
Get the can over here.
No, I just finally arrived. Move checklist. Toothbrush, my favorite pajamas. The waterfall painting, don't forget. Book collection. They forgot the waterfall painting, it's right here. You want to collect the waterfall painting?
I will.
That's a pretty waterfall painting. 2 electronics, 1 water.
I helped by touching it.
Who do we have? More electronics. We do. Check out. Got the electronics, just need to grab the water. Got the water. Generator repaired. Oh, that's a cute generator.
Oh, that is adorable.
Hey. Then go here. What is it? Yes! Yes! Now we can actually do
Finally.
the other areas.
Yes.
Our house is in their house.
I know. I did that on purpose.
This is how we claim territory.
Are you
Whee!
still in? Am I still in you?
Yeah,
Damn.
you're just further forward in me now. Still in me, but not on my lap yet. I want to check what's up here, but I don't know if the car will get up here.
Guess we'll find out. But those gradual inclines we can't handle.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Don't worry. I got this.
I believe in you. I legitimately believe in you. Oh, good job.
Yeah.
That's
Oh no.
nope, nope, nope.
Oh, 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 oh.
Pa-
Yeah.
Powerhouse mode,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
I wanted to check what's up here. Hello? Anybody out here?
We didn't go to the oasis. We forgot. There's trash. I get it.
I know, my friend.
It's too hot to work, so we'd have to get some heavy air-conditioned machinery.
Says a gnome friend. Dominic. Hello, Dominic.
Now we go back to...
And back to the Oasis, yeah. Whee!
You could just go down the hill.
I could, yeah. But exploring areas that we haven't explored yet.
We haven't explored that oasis.
I know, but on the map I'm like uncovering the fog of war. Warg. In fact, we don't need to just come back up the hill. Whee! Whee!
Is there a fucking campfire at that little house that we didn't get?
There is.
Oh my god.
Oh my. We have arrived.
Hell yeah.
Yippee!
Dragon fruit.
Oh my god!
Blue flamingos.
Blue flamingo moths.
Gnome. It's wearing a flamingo floaty.
Okay, let me get
Redwood.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get 2 redwood out for that other campfire we missed.
Water.
There's water in this water? Oh my god.
There's water in the well.
We were talking about you earlier, Wanderer.
I
Welcome
wonder.
in.
Apparently, I'm you now
Yeah.
because I said I was wandering around. He said it's almost like you're a wanderer. So I've got to tell Wanderer I'm her now, and I just didn't get around to it.
Welcome in,
We're super
Wanderer.
funny.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling much better today. What time is it even? So I know we started streaming late.
I've been live for 2.5 hours, so it's probably close to
So
10.
Wanderers do best, aka getting lost, but
No,
way cooler.
11.
Exactly. Exactly. It's not getting lost when you're wandering around.
It's finding
Oh, I
adventure.
found my phone. Ugh. It is 10:47. Maybe we did go live on time. Just a little bit late, maybe. I want the now I want cookies.
I mean, you can just go and
I'll
get the
be
cookies
right
while.
back.
Oh no! Deposited my redwood. Oh no, cookies! Mum brought home from work some Nutella cookies, and they are delicious. The Lone Beam Cabin. It's always wonderful seeing people who couldn't make it to the streams before. It is sad that people that could make it can't now. at least until later. Oh wow, there's a gnome here. I was just driving through the desert to explore what was unexplored on the map. Oh my god. Zin. Gnome with a nose piercing, a big bushy blue beard, and a hatchet.
I found cookies.
Oh my
Snickers bars.
She found cookies and sneakers. Ooh, thank you. Yes, 4 casings, 4 bolts.
So I don't know how you feel about Nutella, Wanderer. I think it's vegan. If it's
I
not,
made
my
from
bad.
hazelnut.
Yeah. Well, they have Nutella biscuits, which are Nutella cookies, you know, because biscuits, cookies, you get it. They're Nutella cookies. And I'm going to take a picture of one and post it in the Discord so you can see how it looks. And it's fucking delicious. They're so yummy. No, I don't want to take a selfie. I want to take a picture of this. Okay. Alexa, turn on the light.
Maybe you do want to take a selfie and send it to me because I love looking at it.
Tag Wander in this cookie picture. There you go. I tagged you in cookie picture. Mm-hmm. It's like in a tiny little cookie bowl with Nutella inside and then a tiny little cookie topper. So good. What's your driving?
Hmm?
What is your driving?
I was exploring the map.
Mm-hmm. So good. And I keep wanting to eat all of them, but they make them in a pack of 3, which is good because otherwise I would eat all of them. Why would the ferry be here, of all places?
I genuinely do not know.
I can get that they were probably like, yeah, let's add it to the next area so that it's not in the same area as where the ferry goes. But like, then this had to be the area.
This had to be a desert.
It'd be a fucking desert. Oh,
It is so good. She will fight you over them. Just kidding. Aiko's very nice
mm-hmm. I say I'm nice, but
to me.
yeah, I messaged your sister earlier and accused her of stealing them just so I can get more.
I mean, it's her fault for stealing them.
Yeah. She was like, I have no idea what's happening.
I can't climb up the ladder. I might sleep downstairs. So we are going to need a decent amount more scrap.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's why I was hoping that was going to be rude.
That's okay. I'll just run you over on the car.
Oh, that worked. That's why I was hoping there was scrap over at Area 51, but there wasn't.
Yeah, the scrap by the... Oh, I see a gnome on the
I'll
left.
pull up a resource map.
Scrap at the airfield probably respawned.
What?
I found a gnome called the Rizzler.
Oh my god, I need to see that. Oh my god, I love it.
On page 6.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
It's got a firework.
Don't need points of interest, objectives, structures, collectibles, terminals, blueprints. What was I looking for again?
Scrap metal.
Scrap metal, right.
Hika, good morning.
Morning, Nika. Oh, there. Trying to turn off everything except scrap metal.
Hika, you are upset. What happened? Are you okay? Who has
Okay.
been murdered?
We are near-ish. Let me check. We are kind of near-ish. Okay, it's by the balloons.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was figuring that that would be the scrap area.
Is it about somebody cutting you off in traffic? Just a guess.
What? You lost your job
Are you
yesterday?
serious? You just started that job. What happened?
What the hell?
They don't even wrap candy bars in plastic anymore. It's wax paper.
Yeah. I mean, here, yeah. They're doing the bare
Some
minimum to be
bullshit.
in their cafe. Oh, guess what I see?
Hmm. Incompetency. What do you mean incompetency? What happened? What did they say happened? If they said incompetency, that's fucking rude. Or we say they were incompetent.
No, that'll be the excuse they gave. I have gotten golden bullets.
Nice.
Swampy region here. By swampy, I mean more of like a crack or something. I don't know. So they're blaming it on incompetency, but what probably happened is they wanted to hire someone else that is friends with someone that works
Probably.
there. Is my bet. But them blaming on something like incompetency is just hard to prove in a legal sense, so you can't really say
Hey,
it.
stop here. It's Wendy. Get out.
It is windy. Ooh.
So it'll charge up pretty quickly, I think. Yeah, they're moving decently, I guess. Felt like it was windier before. Did we pass by the windy spot and we parked in a not windy spot? I get this.
Maybe. It could be because of yeah. It should be windy. Apparently, they said that they tried to put me on different presses, and I couldn't learn them, even though I was put on one press for a whole week, and then every day after that, they put me on a different press just once. What?
That's faster.
That is that.
Wow.
Fuck them. That's 100%. They just wanted an excuse to fire you.
I'm
That's all it
so
was.
sorry about that,
Yeah. Sorry, Hiko.
I know you're excited about that job. Fuck them, though. They don't deserve you.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not like a gnome or something over here, but maybe in this corner. Nope. They do not deserve you, indeed. It's just they probably went over their hiring budget and just looked for someone to fire. That's my best bet.
And since you were new.
Oh
Oh.
well. Oh, so it's terribly managed.
Oh, I found another mushroom, babe.
Nice. So yeah, that will allow us to get the last of the research samples because that's all we were missing.
Yes.
Yeah, if you keep just driving around the road, you'll eventually get probably to the exit to the next zone, and also if you can probably keep going to the hot air balloon area. I'm just running through these unexplored areas,
Okay.
trying to see if I can find any more mushrooms or resources. Predict it's gonna close its door within a year.
Telling.
That is indeed telling.
Oh my god, there's so many mushrooms, bro.
Incompetent management or just I mean it sounds like incompetent management based on your other based on what you've said.
Where am I going?
Apparently we never explored the end of the airfield. And I think I see a gnome at the end of it.
Okay.
Like right at the end of the airstrip. Oh no, those might be the lights to like signal.
This
Yeah.
happened after yesterday. I guess after yesterday.
Was there for
Like, I
what?
feel like I saw Hika yesterday.
Yeah. Was there for what? Like two weeks or something?
I found a campfire.
Bless you.
The CEO's an asshole. I made a comment about wanting to fire the whole quality team. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, that's a company that's gonna fucking perish quickly.
I hate it when people try and look for quality in the stuff that I'm making. Gross.
I hate it when my workers abide by safety standards. Fuck them. It's cheaper to not.
No, literally, I did work for a place who was like, why would I have you why would I have you get the certification for driving these trucks when I have plenty of people who work for me who don't need the certification to drive the trucks? I'm like, they need the certification to drive the truck. What do you mean? That's illegal.
Yeah. And isn't also blaming something on incompetency of a worker just telling you, but them saying that, yeah, we can't train our staff properly?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go around to the left here. There's assholes that get shut down, and there's assholes that are gonna come and be shut down. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an arsehole that'll get a company shut down for multiple safety violations and probably end up in prison.
How dare you not know exactly what to do after working on a machine once? Be an absolute professional. Jeez. Damn, he could get your shit together. Fuck.
But in other news, I heard that company you're working for is going to be looking for a CEO soon.
Hmm. Keep your resume out there.
Yeah.
Might be a CEO next week.
Maybe I
Ew.
could read that note through
Don't
the
look at
door.
this way.
Okay, so we need 4 hardened metal, 2 electronics. I did get some scrap from here, so I can turn that into... Actually, no.
I am getting some red
Need...
ore through here
Yeah.
just because this area is fog of war, so
It's
at least for me.
a company based in Ontario, Canada. I thought the CEO would be a little
Hey, just
nicer.
because they say sorry all the time doesn't mean they're nice. They just have an easy thing to say for when they fire you. Yeah, sorry, eh?
To be fair, like a big reason why the Geneva Convention was made is because of the actions of Canada during World War II.
Can't say all the negative things about Canada. I do like some Canadians, like Octavia.
Yeah, a CEO is a CEO. They're just looking for. They just care about profits and. Oh my god, Jesse, you were productive today?
Jesse, who are you?
What?
I'm kidding.
No kidding.
Are you in?
Oh my god, my love.
What?
There's two of me in this car. I'm in myself.
You.
I have a fun glitch on the.
Disgusting. We don't need to know that.
Hello, welcome in, Jesse.
What kind of shopping? What'd you get? Did you get anything for me? What'd you get me?
Drugs?
I'm gonna sit right here so that plane can't go forward.
I wonder if once we repair the tower, the plane will take off and just go straight through the car. Food and McDonald's. Oh, nice.
McDonald's is the best part of that. Oh my god, why does everything bad sound delicious to me right now?
I could generally go for some Maccas. That's what he could go for breakfast. Oh, I miss American Macca's breakfast.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
It,
way better. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm gonna go jump
already
on the plane.
current.
I'm gonna go jump on the plane. I'm gonna go jump on the plane.
Two casings, two
I
bolts.
jumped on the plane.
Yeah, well, bolts being made. Oh,
How's this map look? Oh my god, we still have a campfire down here we haven't seen? Jesus. How do we even get there? Oh, we gotta go down this way. Okay, I'll go get that.
the campfire we haven't
Yep.
done? Where? Oh, far in the south. I see.
Alright, how do I get down there? So should should do that before working on these balloons. And it kicks us back to somewhere. You guys weren't here earlier, so what happened was is we flew up in this air balloon. Really cool, right? Well, then we tried to retrieve there. We couldn't get back down because we didn't have enough wood, so we jumped down the cliff. But they have a button that says to recall the air balloon. Oh my god, there's a thingy over here too.
Yeah, there is.
So we went to go recall the air balloon, and it started making us float in the air. And then it started like guiding us like we were riding in the balloon, but we were like nowhere near the balloon. And it had us like floating through really weird. And then, oh god, there's a bunch of stuff here. Um, anyways, wound up dropping us underground.
Yeah, we fell under the map and then got teleported to the start of the map, and it was like, what the fuck?
Kitchen stuff.
Really, there's a gnome somewhere in here. Or caps. Gnome. Oh, nice, a can.
Why can't I put this here?
Can.
Fuck you.
Underground Aiko and Tristan. We became drug
Why?
dealers.
Why couldn't I put it
What'd you get from the thing? I didn't even see. I wasn't paying attention.
here? Cake maker.
Oh,
But
she
I'm
made.
trying to fucking make a cabinet. I have to paint the cabinet now. But I
Oh,
don't
I
think I have
found
any.
him.
Do I have any paints? No.
Sirizio.
Alright, I'm gonna make some paints.
Caps. Dog treat. Starvation. I love starvation.
Cake maker. We can make carrot cake or banana cake, or carrot cake or banana bread, or corn corn bread. Yeah, cornbread, I guess. Corn, water, and honey equals cornbread.
Oh, we got some chrome ore. A supply crate. That's definitely a region too early, but I'll take it.
Ah! Well, I know that Jesse's here. Yep, that's exactly who did it.
Jessie would like to take a nap. Do we give Jessie permission to take a nap?
No! She
Never.
screamed at me. I'm just kidding, that's fine.
We have. We cannot judge you for taking a nap.
We napped all day. That's what we
We
did
literally napped,
today.
woke up, had breakfast, and then napped.
And then woke up, had dinner, and then came to stream.
Yeah.
I sat here and I played a game for a little bit. After, no, that was
Oh.
after breakfast.
She can't nap, she's got things to do. Well, how about you just nap?
And yeah, just do it. Do it
Just
anyways.
do it.
Georgia. Ow. Okay, alright, we should go to bed.
Second. Okay, so if you go to the trunk afterwards,
Okay.
we should both be able to craft wrench twos.
Oh my god. That's amazing. Mhm.
Yep.
Alright. I
Oh,
like
that is
this
the max
is
upgrade on the wrench. Oh, there's another
awesome
flunch on the
stuff.
screen.
You guys like what we did here? Also, I didn't show you guys my house. Okay, so yesterday I wasn't feeling too hot because I had built this house and it looked really bad, and I was like embarrassed showing it off to everybody. But now I love it. Look at how cool this
It's
house
getting
looks.
nice.
Look how cool this house looks.
It's a good angle from over here as well. Get to see the front of it. Yeah.
Mm,
It has walls indeed.
yeah, I worked really hard on it to make it look nice. And look, we got the hammocks out here with the little plush dinosaurs and a turtle stung and a yeah. Anyways, and then we got some chairs down here. Oops. Anyways, I go up here. If you go over to this side, this is like the work area. It's where all the work stuff happens. And you come over here, and this is our bedroom with plushies all over the damn place because, of course. And then over here, we have our garden and our beehives. Yes, it is a yeah hammock shaped like banana. It is a banana hammock, actually. It might actually be called that.
Oh, beehive. Yes, it is called
It
a
is
banana
called a
hammock.
banana hammock, actually.
Fluff
Not
that.
even joking. And it
Banana
says
hammock.
this Princess Consuela banana hammock will definitely make your journey more fun, which I appreciate. Yeah, it's really cool. Anyways, and I went down here and I made some other little things too. I love it. You guys liked Friends reference? I really appreciated that.
I didn't get the reference right away because I've never seen Friends.
I'm gonna have to show him all 10 seasons of Friends.
Oh no.
He's
I
not.
don't think I could commit to 10 seasons of something. Please, to rewatch One Piece for the 15th time.
Well, okay, it's not only Friends that I have to get him to watch. I also have to get him to watch Doctor Who,
I
which
am
is
down to watch Doctor Who. The only Doctor Who I've watched is like a couple of episodes, some clips, and then like the black and white Doctor Who from original.
I've not really seen any of the original Who. I've only really seen New Who, and that's from 2005 forward.
I do know that a lot of the old Doctor Who, they're missing a bunch of episodes.
Yeah, that's another reason I don't really want to go back and watch it because it feels like it's just I feel like it had its time. It's moved on.
It's had 'em.
Hmm.
I still don't even know where the way out of this map is. Maybe we need the ferry, and to get to the last area, you need to take the ferry to it.
Maybe. Let me see. Um, yeah, because like technically speaking, we might need to just go back to the other area, you know?
Yeah. There are a couple of places we haven't explored yet, so
Back
there
there.
could be an exit to a new area.
The ferry is still broke. Yeah, ferry track landmark for the ferry, and then there's the balloon. We haven't barely done shit. Oh my god! And we haven't even finished going down to the south to do the whole reason we went south.
Yes. Yeah, because we're showing things off.
Yeah. But yeah. Now we'll continue south to get that one rogue campfire. Where am I headed? Okay, just follow this along. Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah.
She's trying to get us stuck.
No. Is that a charging or repaint? That's a repainting station.
There's two campfires we're missing, so they're probably both in this area somewhere. There are some spots we missed, especially on the left of the map, but I imagine they're both in here. That is the paint station, yeah.
Yeah. But I like our paint job.
It is excellent, and we haven't unlocked any new paints.
Okay.
Yeah, so just down on the left is the campfire. And it looks like a hiking trail to get to the signal tower.
Yeah. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, beautiful, cover girl. That's how it goes, right?
Easy breezy. Beautiful cover
No,
girl.
easy peasy. Because I said so.
Easy cheesy. Beautiful pizza girl.
It ain't easy being cheesy. Yeah.
Wait for me. There's a cairn up there.
Yeah.
Oh, is that where you're going?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go to the signal tower.
Cairn stacked.
Good job.
Whee! Oh, I actually made the jump to the other side.
Oh, there's another campfire down here.
There's two?
Yep.
How? Do you have another redwood?
I don't. Nope, I
Okay,
do not.
I'll grab one.
Weaver. For weaving cloth.
That is amazing. We need cloth.
For like so many things.
Um,
That's
is
crazy.
that was the last campfire? There's still two signal towers that we haven't gotten. Okay, one. Okay, I know where one is. It's the one in the Area 51 that we haven't unlocked yet.
Yeah.
Don't know where the last one is though. Oh, the last one's gonna be in the hot air balloon area because we
Oh, yeah.
haven't got it powered.
Right.
Glad we got a. Oh, I ran over the campfire after I lit it.
Delicious.
Oh, there's a gnome on this chair over
I
here.
missed it. I told you I'm not very good at spotting them.
Romolo. And there's another can out here. You didn't go past the campfire, did you?
Nope.
Yeah, I could tell. How many of those do we have in this area? Oh wow, we've got 22 gnomes, 22 cans. So there's 3 left.
Oh wow, we've done pretty good. And by we, I mean you've done pretty good.
Thank you. I take all the credit.
You should. The ones that I've picked up, you saw first and told me to get them.
I think there's been one or two that, especially the cans, you've seen first because we haven't stayed on top of each other the entire time. But there's been a few gnomes that you've gotten that I never saw. So how's everyone doing today? Except for Pika. I'm sorry you're sad. You're upset.
Except for Hika, we
Except for
don't
Hika, the sad
care.
he. Oh, you've driven off. You've left me
No, I
behind.
was trying to undo, like, I was trying to.
By myself. I've actually caused myself to have tears in my eyes now.
You want too hard.
Oh, there's a can up there.
See, I have to let you have some ground time so you can see this shit that I don't see.
It's at the top of the rock over here.
See? You never would have seen it if it hadn't been for me.
Probably not. Genuinely, probably would not have seen this if I wasn't chasing the car.
You're welcome.
Got this, my love. Push, push. Oh, Poke catch hold. What Pokemon are we catching?
Duskull
Duskull. Duskull.
reminds me of Brooks.
Brook?
Brook.
Brook?
Brook.
Yo.
Soul. Soul. What's his name? Soul. Fuck. Soul something. Is it Soul Brooks? That's not it. Soul Bones? What do they call him? What's his soul name?
Soul King.
Soul King!
Hey, look, more scrap metal.
That's why I stopped.
And also, we still need to repair the motor here. What do we need?
Maybe scrap metal, who knows?
Ace and Electronics hardened metal. We can not do that. We need more scrap metal to make more casings.
Well, I am trying to do what I can to pick up this scrap metal.
Got the electronics, we've got the hardened metal.
How much more scrap metal do we need?
Nice, Hika. Nice, nice, nice.
Got the Soul King. I have 18 scrap metal. Is that enough?
Maybe? Sheet press. So we need...
I still don't entirely understand the whole premise behind like sitting.
Neither do I. Usually games have a purpose for it.
Can't even like take a selfie.
So I've got the electronics. I think we got enough.
Good, good, good.
Yes, we got enough.
We
We just gotta let the casings go. So we may as well sleep and get the scrap metal again. While the casings are made.
so 2 hardened metal, 2 electronics, 4 casings.
Yeah.
How do we make casings?
Scrap metal and clay. Not scrap metal. Sheet metal, which requires scrap metal and clay
Where do you make that in?
in the sheet press. It's currently making.
Oh, okay. More scrap metal, probably, maybe.
Just need to get the hardened metal out of. Oh, it's foggy, of course.
Our favorite type of day.
Okay. I repair the motor. Motor reparo. Okay, the motor's fixed. Now it's the transport balloons we gotta do. Oh.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wait, you got the Weaver, didn't you?
Oh wait, I forgot I made I unlocked the Weaver. I haven't made it yet though.
Yeah. We've got the hyper thread. We don't have any weave.
Weave.
We don't have any wigs.
Okay, I'll put this there. And I'll put this here. Put this here. I need one more hyper thread.
We can make that.
Okay.
Yeah, it is making. I'm just ready. I'll chuck it into the storage so you can just make it. Okay, you can make it. We'll make a bunch of hyper thread because we need it. I hope we've got the stuff to actually make the weave. Strong weave or cloth.
Strong weave. We need three hyper weave thread makes one strong weave.
Oh, that's gonna be easy to make.
Okay. We just need to make a bunch of.
Yeah, just a bunch of hyper weave or hyper thread.
Oh, what?
Okay, one strong thread made. Second strong weave making. And okay. You want to take the strong weave out of the weaver and then two of the hyper thread?
Yeah.
You can repair one of the balloons, and I think there's two. I hope there's only two.
That'd be cool if it like repaired both,
It would be cool.
but it probably won't.
Yeah, almost certainly won't.
Well, one started floating.
That's good.
Is that how we're getting it there? It's just being transported. Oh, they are. Yeah, they're transport balloons. Oh my god, you're gonna hate this. There's not two.
There's four.
Well, one was already in the air. So three. So now there's two in there, so there's two more. Damn, these repairs are expensive. Sure, putting a lot of dependency on us. You know, we're just travelers.
We need more hyperfiber.
Fuck.
Which the hyperfiber is actually in this area. There's a lot of big bushes. I'll run around and get.
What was I doing? I was looking over at my. I was looking at my resource map. Hmm, this way, I guess. Oh wait, I could just drive.
Right where?
So I could get more fiber.
I mean, I'm grabbing a bunch.
I believe you.
Satchel's running back to the car, however long that'll take. Satchel's running back to the car with a full inventory of fiber,
Okay.
however long that'll take.
I'll meet him halfway. Run the dog over. Oh no. Coming from. Ah, yep, there he is. There you go.
Nice.
All right. So we need to use it to just make like all the course or hyperthread.
Yeah, just make as much hyperthread as you can. Because it uses 3. So basically, you need use 12 hyperfiber to make what you need for the strong weave, and then you need an extra 2, which would be another 4 hyperfiber. So what, 16 per balloon?
My lord.
What should I have? I've got 26 on me, so I should have enough for the rest.
Okay.
I'm on the way back. Way back, machine. Choo choo.
In the desert.
The mighty desert. God, I need some water. Oh, I have water. I'm gonna hydrate.
Wait, it's how many hyperthread and how many what?
You need 3 hyperthread to make a strong weave, so you need 6 hyperthread.
Okay.
So to make,
But how many strong weaves do I need?
you need 2 strong weaves.
And how many hyperthread to do a balloon?
2 hyperthread.
Okay, give me a second. Not what I meant to do. No. I was gonna. What happened?
What happened to
Did
what?
you take all the hyperthread?
I'm making all the hyperfiber into hyperthread.
But I had more hyperthread. Or hyperthread.
That's fine.
I had more. What happened to it?
Did you deposit it?
I put it in the machine to make it into strong weave, and then I was like, oh wait, I could use that. And then I went to go pick it up.
Did you deposit it instead?
If I deposited it, then I'd be able to take it out, but I only had one. What the fuck? Did it just? Oh, there it is. It took a minute to register, I guess.
Okay, I'm making another 2. Oh, I need one more. Yeah, making another 2 strong wave.
Okay, one more.
One more balloon? Okay, so we will have everything.
Cool, 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 cool.
Oh, accidentally deposited.
Two strong weave, two hyper thread.
I've deposited everything you needed.
Go, stinky boy. I mean, girl. Or fox you. I haven't
Huh?
decided what your gender is yet. I'm just making shit up as I go.
Whose gender? Me?
Hika's.
Hika's? Oh. Oh, Hika Stinky. Oh my god, Stinky Foxu.
Stinky foxu.
Okay, last transform balloons up. All the things tying it down. Oh my god, it's flying away.
Goodbye, fairy.
Bye bye, fairy. We'll see you in the previous zone.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna get to the next zone. But now we can go finish doing the other things that we were doing.
Yep. Hardened metal and electronics. Okay, we can repair the tower. We just need to go up there.
Okay. I don't want to drive.
That's fine by me. Oh, more scrap metal. I'll drive us over to the airship yard. We can grab the scrap and
Yeah.
then rest around this way. I haven't checked how stinky I am today. How stinky are you, my love, as
Oh my
well?
goodness. I am 30% stinky, and
Oh my god.
Tristan is 77% stinky.
Oh my god.
But how stinky was Hika? Hika said that Hika needed to go take a shower, so how stinky could that have been, really? 97%. You know what? Fair. Fair. Yep, definitely shower time.
Fair enough. Yep. Yep. I think that's a good call, Hika. I still got another like 20% to go before I need to have a shower.
So dark and foggy.
Yeah, the fog is the bad thing. I can only tell where I'm going based off the map. Let's pass through these rocks.
Dude. We have to remember to take more wood with us to go back down.
Yes. Oh no, you drove off while I'm starving to death.
No, so
Eat a carrot.
sorry.
Yum, 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 yum.
I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You can go. You can abandon me.
All right, let's go.
Get the scrap metal before EP sleeping.
Oh, right. I'm like leaned back in my chair, by the way.
Oh, comfort
Yeah,
maxing.
I am comfort maxing. I've got my legs spalled up with my ottoman.
Oh my god, she's joined the Ottoman. Okay, I've got the scrap. I think that's all the scrap. It's a decent amount of scrap.
Maybe. Well, I've lost the van. Oh, there it is. It's so dark and foggy.
At least it's gonna be light
Hee-ho.
and bright. Keep the camp up so
What's up
the
with all the
path
creepy
finishes.
Pokemon in my chat today, dude? Duskull first, now Grievard.
Oh,
Why are all of my Pokemon dead?
it's like my brain.
Okay, you have the wood?
Got the hardened metal and the electronics. Unless you want that.
No, no, no. You take it. It's fine. I don't mind. I just want to hang out.
Okay.
I just want to go with you. Just don't
Got the
leave
wood for
me.
the return trip as well.
Yay.
Wee.
What the
Oh,
hell am I doing? Oh my god, Tristan.
why can't I move around?
Tristan, you're sitting. You're squatting for some reason.
You're not in the balloon.
I
You're
am.
under it.
I'm in the balloon. You're
I'm
you're
you're under it, and for some reason I can move around.
you can move around and you're crouched for some reason.
Let's see if I jump. Jump. Oh,
Dumbass.
ow!
Oh no, it just says you fainted. Bye. I guess I'll come up here with no materials and no way back.
Well, I guess I've got to recall the hot air balloon.
Oh no. I really kind of hope that it does do what it did before, just so they can see what the fuck happened, because that was hilarious.
My screen, you're underneath the balloon.
Oh, I fell.
Oh, at
Oh,
least
but
you're
it's
not.
okay. I'm at the top now, so I just kind of fell out
Whee!
as I got up here.
Let me get out another two round planks for the return journey.
Weird.
Okay,
Well, I can't
have I
repair
landed?
and I don't have anything.
It's landed.
Okay, yeah, it's landed now.
Let me fly. Nope, I'm not flying.
Well, the balloon's leaving me now. I guess I'll just wait up here.
Laboon.
A boon. I love that we have all these references that only us know. Only we
Because
know.
no one else wants to watch One Piece. Oh, we never collected this painting.
Oh. I hope we don't fall out of the balloon next time.
Yeah, next time, even if I can move around, I won't jump in it.
I did just realize that laboon sounds like balloon. Is it because he's round?
Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I can eat honey, but not beeswax? Oh, boo. I want to eat my wax. Land, hot air balloon, land. Okay, let's go again. Whee! Okay, I can move around again.
Oh
Oh
no,
no.
don't jump.
Oh my god, a Snickers bar. Oh my god.
There's other people. See, you guys can't see them. Or maybe you can. They're tiny people in the
Hey,
balloons.
honey.
Hi, babe. Don't jump.
Am I a good lighthouse?
Yes, you're the best lighthouse.
Whee!
Can you see my light?
I can't move anymore. It's pushing me at the back of the basket.
Oh my god. Do not move. Like it says it shows that you're walking in the air, partially in basket.
Is the balloon going down?
No. I mean, yeah.
Oh.
Yep, that's what happened to me. Oh no. You were just high enough to die from that. Damn it.
I'm so high.
I'm just gonna write in this what your calls it.
This time I'm gonna eat food to get the full health.
All right, fair enough.
Lavenders. Nom, 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 nom. We've got 2 lavenders left.
Okay. Balloon's very shaky.
Are you coming back?
Yeah, I jumped in it before you recalled it. What was I doing up there? I was bored. Oh no!
I'll catch you. No, I missed.
Oh no, that hurt.
We're almost out of lavenders.
Good thing we've been stocking up on lavender. This is my food. No, that's rubber. I don't think I should eat that. Oh, eat this banana bread. There we go.
No, we're out of lavender.
All right.
We can't even grow anymore. Oh well. I'll just grow that singular ginger.
I shouldn't have eaten the last lavender. Now we have to hope. Hold on. Maybe we should both carry the resources up there. What are the resources needed?
4 hard metal, 2 electronics.
Do we have extras of those? Okay, I have 2
Yeah.
electronics and 2
4.
electronics and 4
Hard metal.
hardened metal. What's hardened metal look like?
It should be on the same page. It should be like a red
One, two,
metal
three,
bar.
4. Okay. I have 4 and 2. Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll both get up here. One of us may survive the trip.
But that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah, 1,001 ways to die from a hot air balloon. Exactly.
Yeah, before it like locked us in place
Okay.
while we're in here.
Yeah. Oh.
This is why you can't move on the elevator.
Yeah.
Some ways to die.
Not even moving. I'm not even turning my head because I feel like if I turn my head, it's gonna knock me out. Oh, it's shaky. Oh shit.
Goodbye.
Oh no, you fell.
My legs!
Oh, it's shaky. Don't drop me, please. I'm staying still as a fucking. I'm so still, dude. I'm not even touching my mouse. I'm like, don't drop me, please.
I got this one. Are you full health?
No, I'm half health.
Oh no.
Well, that's why I haven't been moving at all. Oh, she. Are you kidding? Ah.
Hmm.
Okay, we should go to sleep. No.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the only way we're gonna heal. But we
Mm-hmm.
should recall the balloon first.
Maybe the van's too close, so it's glitching.
Maybe.
Yeah, I will recall it.
Yeah. Still still too early.
It's coming back now.
Huh?
The van's coming back now. I can gather some resources while waiting.
I'll just sit. I'll eat something. I'll eat a what do we got that's interesting? Ah, fuck.
I missed the other glitch.
Yeah, the other glitch was funnier. Pizza. Consume. Consume 2 whole pizzas. The other glitch just made us fly even though we weren't in the balloon.
Rip old glitch. You will be missed.
But then like whenever we got put under the ground, it sent us back to the beginning here and we didn't have this bridge fixed yet. So we had to go all the way around the entire fucking canyon to get back up here.
Mm-hmm. So we just decided to drive off. Okay, okay.
Loon
Ooh,
is back.
ooh.
Be good to Laboon is back. Oh, it's not evening yet. It's okay, I'll watch the bed. I'll let you know when it's evening. Ears itchy. Oh, it's evening now. We can go to sleep. All right. Fresh new day. Let's go see. Come on, babe. Let's not die.
I need to get the planks. We're almost out of redwood planks.
Jesus.
Let's see if this one will be successful.
Only one of us needs to make it. But hopefully both of us do. And you're already crouched.
Yeah, I can move again. I'm gonna sit at the front. Constantly walking forward. Oh,
Oh, I can walk forward too. I didn't realize.
you can walk too? Nice.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we've got enough health to survive the drop, because I have a feeling we're definitely going to fall now, though. Oh, we can't.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nope, 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 nope. No, no, no.
We're almost over. We're almost over.
Come on, don't do this to us. No.
I can sprint and I get to the front.
Oh, that worked. Yeah, sprinting worked. Ah,
We're almost over.
yeah.
I think if we fall now,
Now we should be
now
fine.
we would land on it.
We're just like sprinting forward to stay in the balloon.
Oh, oh,
I
oh.
think we're.
I think this is working.
I think the sprint method is working. Well, we did almost fall out. You could feel that shit too. Yay!
We don't need anything else.
I'm just leaving this way. Fuck that shit.
What if just run up? Oh, I see a can that we haven't gotten.
Okay.
Whee!
Got more scrap metal.
Nice. So after
Unlock
this one, we will
terminal.
be missing one can.
Bread press.
Definitely worth it for the bread press.
Hell yeah. There was one more option. I forgot what it was already, though.
3 gnomes and 1 can is all we're missing.
Sounds like the setup of a joke.
It is. It is. I'm so proud of you for recognizing the setup. 3 cans. 3 gnomes, 2 cans. Set up for either a joke or a problem.
5 bolts, 5 sheets.
So, yeah. Now, further the research is the only thing we have left to do, and then we can explore the desert area over there as well. One thing I've also noticed is we need first area fiber, just like regular fiber. We need a lot of
Oh,
regular fiber to make cloth.
yeah. We're gonna have to go back.
Oh no, they can't even sit in the car.
This is where we can press our bread in with jams if we had it. But we have honey. We have honey.
Oh, nice.
Where do we have bread? Do we have bread?
Can we make sandwiches in that?
No. We can. Well, I mean, the kind of. It's bread on honey and bread with jam.
No, okay. Cool. We do have a lot of honey. We have a shit ton of honey.
Bacon bread. I don't know why the bread is black. Makes it seem like I'm a bad cook. I'm gonna make me. No, no, press that sandwich. Oh my god, is it gonna have a smiley face on it? Please, please tell me it has a smiley face on it. I guess it wouldn't, would it? I want to say caution might be slightly squished after a bumpy ride. Consume. Well, I don't need to consume it right now. I'm not hungry. But I want to make one of each of those. So jam on its own gives 22 nutrition. Bread on its own gives 22 nutrition, but them together give 50. Oh my god, bread with honey though gives 100.
Oh, well, that's full hunger, nice. Oh, Heek is back. Nice,
Welcome
telling
back.
stream elements.
Yep,
Nice,
yep,
nice.
yep. You told stream elements. All right. All right. Where's the next spot? We're going to that spot
Area
wave.
51.
Area 51.
I think it's the last thing we have to do in this zone. Oh, well, we will have to return as well to do the last thing from resources from the last area.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Whee! Nice. Wonder if we'll see the last can on the way.
Salt.
Oh, actually, we probably should get more salt.
Yeah, one of the upgrades we need salt, doesn't it?
Yeah, the few of the upgrades we need salt for.
Good.
And also make like salted popcorn and stuff.
Oh yeah.
She's running me down. Oh no, I must collect salt
Vroom,
hotels.
vroom. You get that salt.
Ah. Ah.
Get that salt.
Oh no, I'm a salt slave.
Oh no.
No. I got all this out. The car has vanished, trying to go up the hill. Oh no. No, she's getting away. I deposited her salt and now she doesn't need me. To be fair, I'm already in the car before I get in the car.
True. You're always here. What do you mean? Ready? Wee.
Whee! And we roll back on our wheels. Nice. See, it's always worth it landing on the roof of your car.
Mhm.
Oh no.
If you're gonna
Oh,
get in a car accident, huh?
we left the dog up there.
Oh fuck!
It's fine. The dog will catch up, maybe.
Seems to be getting further away.
It's gonna take a while before it even gets down the hill. Yeah, we can drive over. It doesn't look like it's gonna get stuck up there and like went in the canyon. Oh no, she's going back for the dog. I shouldn't have said anything.
I feel bad.
No, how dare you feel bad?
Dog has stopped moving. Or not really. Okay, now, okay. Ah, there he is. Come, Satchel.
Run over the dog. Run over the dog. Yeah.
There you go. You guys see that? Tristan's ready to abandon a dog in the desert.
Well, we don't have to feed a satchel. I still don't know what the dog treats are used for,
I don't either.
other than some of the training upgrades. But they give you way too many dog treats.
Yeah. I don't even think you could just give the dog a treat.
Yeah, I don't think you can. You can pet the dog.
Yeah. All the way over here to give this area a single mushroom that we missed.
Yep. Or because we didn't go to the one spot that had mushrooms in this zone. It's literally just the top right of the map. That's it.
We'd already gotten everything else except for that one spot.
Wow. What? Oh my. That's impressive. I didn't realize sand was so bumpy.
This is very bumpy sand, okay?
Oh, it's a special sand.
Yes. Specialized bumpy sand.
Yeah. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like a yellow mushroom.
Yeah.
And it should be in the end one, I think. Yeah.
Nice. And then we come over here. Now we know how to make an efficient mushroom plot. Yay!
Yay!
That's what that last one was. Oh, but did you see inside this? Actually, hold on.
I did, I did. There's like cherry blossoms and stuff. It's really
Yeah.
nice.
All right, you drive now. Actually, I'm gonna go to sleep because my health is at half.
Yeah, yeah, my health is also at half for some unknown reason.
Oh, weird. Pak choy, chrome ore, lotus flower, cherries, and bamboo.
Pak Choi, the bok choy Pokemon. This Pokemon is edible.
Nom nom nom. Wow, that was aggressive. I got out of bed and my house disappeared.
You've been evicted.
Oh, what a bright new day. House disappeared. Fuck! Oh, there's a lot of desert area here we haven't explored.
Yeah.
I see.
Take care,
This is a
Hika.
reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Telling
Oh
me
my
to
god,
take
meds reminder.
drugs.
Yeah.
This is a
Alexa,
reminder.
stop. Have fun streaming.
Yeah, have fun streaming, Hika. We will see you later.
Hmm. Let's see. What is today? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday? It's Tuesday, I imagine. Probably. It's Monday.
Take your nighttime meds.
Why do I.
It is Wednesday right now.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm going to take my shot.
I mean, it just hit Wednesday. It's midnight.
Oh, so it's Tuesday.
So Tuesday meds, yeah.
Why are we streaming on a Tuesday?
There we felt like it.
I thought it was Monday.
So did I. Did we sleep 24 hours?
What the fuck, bruh? Is it seriously Tuesday?
Alexa, what day is it today?
Oh
Today
my
is Wednesday,
god.
June 17th.
It's my sister's birthday.
Oh my god. Let's wish her an early birthday happy.
What? Why did I think it was Monday?
Because as I was falling asleep, I checked my timer and my thing and it said Monday. But I guess it wasn't past midnight, even though it was past midnight.
So weird.
I don't know. What is time?
Well, no, hold on.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more.
That's so weird. Hmm. Oh well. We definitely didn't realize it wasn't a stream day.
I mean, any day's a stream day. We are our own bosses, but
That's
it's
true.
just
We were supposed to be saving this game for like Friday through Monday. Damn battery. I'm like up in the bumper now. Love that view. I like to
it's
see
so
all of the
buggy.
carbon emissions.
This game is so buggy and I love it.
Mm-hmm. Delicious.
Oh, thank you. So where are we heading now?
Well, I assume. Okay. So you see this coming up ahead? Okay, just keep going straight, and then you're gonna wind up just continuing that straight down until we leave. No. Yes, to the left or right. I'm really bad at directions. Yeah, this one right here. No. This road. Take this road forever until it doesn't exist anymore. And you're gonna take it across the bridge.
No, I feel like this road will continue existing.
Well, I mean, till it doesn't exist in front of us anymore. Smart ass.
My ass is smart. It's got a PhD.
No. Oh, we ran out.
It's not windy today. Stuff it. I give it a little boost. With some of the silver bark that we never fucking use.
We really don't use silver bark. Did you put it in the bag here?
Yeah. Cake. Red press. So
Yeah,
I hopefully miss what I can, but I'm also surprised. Oh, actually, I think I know where it is. It's going to be over here on the map.
I love our house.
I love it too. It is lovely.
So there are these decorations that are like gonna be blueprints in the next area. They are
Oh,
like little streamers, like party streamers. I want that, so I can put some on the edge of the walls here.
that sounds wonderful.
Tatsugiri, a curly Tatsugiri is in the chat. If anybody wants to catch it, I do not.
This is why the dog gets left behind.
True. Dog's just trying to be helpful, and we're like, God damn it.
I'm honestly surprised how many collectibles we got on this map.
Only missing like one, right? Oh,
Missing one can and 3 gnomes.
yeah,
That's it.
that's not bad at all.
It's the best we've done by far on any map.
Oh, shoot. Well, yeah, I guess technically, if you can figure out how to get up there, that works.
And it's a little bit too steep. I think
Well,
we're
we've
over here
gotten
to
up
the
steeper
top.
than this.
We really have. There we go. We probably should grab this cotton, honestly. Makes the fluffy stuffing.
Yeah, we need stuffing for ugly couches.
Yeah, there's also a research that uses them.
I had an ooh piece of candy moment.
Ooh, the candy. Ooh, the candy. Wild tomatoes. What was that moment?
Ooh, cotton, ooh, tomato, ooh, cotton, ooh, tomato.
Ooh, tomato.
Tomato.
Potato.
Potato.
Got him! Oh my god, look at that beautiful man with purple pigtails.
That is so rude.
Look, you got my face most of the time. And the puffier hair is my hair. And you just got the pigtails at the back.
That's so mean. Beautiful man with purple pigtails. Fucking rude. Alright.
Now we're gonna go all the way back to the bottom left of the map.
Yep, just take the road the whole way.
Yep.
It's literally the fastest way to get there.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
However, if we do hear a radio signal, I'd like to stop and get that. Hopefully, we'd be near it whenever we hear it.
Yeah, yeah, hopefully. We're not going the way where we'll go past a power station. Well, Tristan's upside down again. Yes, I am indeed upside down again.
Hi, Al. How you doing?
Hi, Al, how you doing? Did you know that I am Tristan?
What? You're Tristan?
Yeah.
This
Tristan, the homeless man Pokemon.
thought that was Trubbish.
I see. Yeah, it's a little known fact that I am Tristan.
An evolution of Trubbish.
Yeah. It's the final evolution. Wee. Oh, wow.
Don't do that.
It genuinely doesn't want me to go off that small edge.
No, I'm not sure where that would land us, honestly.
Oh, it's because there's a crack in the crevice.
Mm-hmm.
Wee.
Thought his name was Derek and his username was a lie. Oh. Yeah. It is. Derek.
He's
That's
just
his
not
name.
a
His
guy.
name is Derek.
Derek Derrickson,
Yep. The third.
the third. Yeah, my father was Derek Derrickson the second, and my grandfather was Derek Derrickson the first. And before that was Derek Derrickson.
At least
And
he's not a
then
Kyle. That's true.
and then before that on my mother's side, she was Derek Derrickson as well. It's an interesting lineage we have. Whee!
Going back in this area. We just finished up the other area. Turns out Al didn't come visit the other area because I was just afraid of sand. It's the whole reason. He just
Oh
got
my
here just
god.
now. He's like, fucking hate sand. Which I
Was
get.
your real name Anakin Skywalker? You afraid of sand?
Derrickson the fourth. Yep.
Who told you my legal name?
Why did it do
It's
that?
not that windy.
Oh, Al hasn't seen the new house. Stop.
The battery.
Stop. I want him to see it in the day.
We're gonna run out of
No.
power soon.
Yeah.
And then we can stop and then sleep and then show off the house while we charge.
Yeah, like yesterday I wasn't feeling that great, and then like we got off, and then I fixed the house, and then Tristan helped me paint it.
Yeah. By help, I was the resource gatherer.
He did a really good job,
I
but
enjoyed resource
I
gathering.
worked really hard, cause I just really hated what the fuck the house looked like before, and
It looks really nice right now.
I hope wherever we die is a good enough place to show off the house. There we go. Guess this works. I'm not gonna show you just yet. I'm not gonna show you just yet. Don't look at it. I'm just gonna sleep down here.
Also, also you get to enjoy my glitch from my screen. Look at me. I'm in the passenger seat.
Hey,
Cracked that one.
look at the house. Isn't it cute?
You
I
ready?
actually don't know who he's watching. Is he watching you?
I think Al's watching me.
Okay, if you're watching him, look at his screen, I guess. Maybe he's showing it to you.
I am showing you how
But
to.
then I'll go up here, and this is our little bedroom with plushies. And then we have our workstations here, extra workstations up top. I should move this up there.
Eh, eh. And here's our kitchen with all the kitcheny things. And this is the workshop. Very OSHA safe by being right next to the
And
kitchen.
researchy things up top in the.
And this is all like the cloth making things.
Oh my lord.
What do I need to research the next backpack? 20 hyper thread.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I also like the blue and ivy aesthetic.
Yeah, here's the bedroom with all the plushies.
And the power station and water collectors up top.
Yay. Oh, be high.
I wanted it to have a unique silhouette.
I think you achieved that really well.
Yeah, it's definitely doesn't look like basic bitch house. TM, you know.
It looks really nice.
I think I did a really good job. I'm very proud of it. Bananas! These bananas were really weighing down on me.
Yeah, where's this new Oh, well, way past where the signal is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Of course it is all the way back there. Guess that's getting ignored. We'll go to the new area. The ferry should be there now.
Oh no, it's not.
The dog. The dog! There you go.
Not Derek Derrickson and the dog. No, his name is Satchel. Descendant of Backpack, who will be missed, who only lived for 3 seconds.
He did. Poor backpack. Poor backpack. That was rough.
Ruff, ruff.
Oh my god. Shut up. My husband's getting fired soon.
Fired from what, being a husband?
Yes.
Oh no.
Like, I'm fired from a cannon.
Oh no. I'm going to the moon. Rip to the song playing right now. What?
What's wrong with the song?
What song's playing right now?
Oliver Tree? Life goes on. What's wrong with the song?
Did
Does it sound
the
bad?
singer die?
Artist died yesterday in a helicopter
Oh,
crash. Oh my gosh.
oh damn. Wow.
Damn.
Rest in peace.
Got up.
Indeed. To be fair, like neither of us keep up with news on it of any kind, so we don't
Sickening
know.
clip of Star's deadly chopper crash. Oh,
Oh,
that just like dropped.
upside down?
Spinning out of control and plunging into an electric car dealership. Car park in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and started a massive fire.
Yeah, it was like fucking horizontal. Yeah, oh my god.
It's just like going straight down. Was he in the helicopter?
Yeah, it would have been in the helicopter.
You say that, but this says they crashed into a car dealership. He could have been in the car dealership.
Could have been in the car dealership, but it's a helicopter on helicopter collision. Yeah, helicopters are unfortunately one of the most dangerous forms of travel.
Jesus. Oh, I guess I gotta get out.
It says only vehicles may enter. You may only enter here when everybody's inside the vehicle. Okay, so it's we both have to be in the car.
Oh.
All three of us.
See if the dog gets in. Get in the car. There we go. I don't know how it works, but I have to wonder, how do you run into another helicopter? It's not like they can pop you up from behind a corner. No idea. I just wondering how that works. I don't know.
Helicopters typically keep at a certain elevation when flying around cities. They're probably on a tour.
Go forward.
And
Ooh.
you can't exactly hear another helicopter because your helicopter deafens you. So it's unfortunately, even without another helicopter, like helicopter crashes are one of the more common crashes.
Coconut.
Cool. We can get seashells again. We can
Regular
get,
rocks again.
we can get crates of. Wow, this is a small map.
Is it?
There's only one point of interest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a small map. Australia gives good helicopter tours. I don't know if I want to go on one right now.
I do not want to go on a helicopter tour.
Blossom wood. Hold on.
Nice.
Yep, and we need blossom wood to light the campfire.
So we're gonna need a tier 4 axe to be able to get that. But it was in the
Yeah.
high cap.
Yeah.
Your hands
And surely there's some little ones too.
Your hands
Okay, there is an aerial elevator. Interesting.
I swear that's a gnome. It might be a shell.
What?
Check it.
Play Daddy.
Giuseppe. It's on the beach by the campfire. I saw like a little, like tiny gnome-sized beach chair, and I was like, surely there's a gnome there.
That's amazing.
The gnome hadn't loaded in. Yeah, you can get some good helicopter tours in the touristy beaches, like Brisbane and in Brisbane and
Okay.
Bondi Beach in New South Wales.
We have a bamboo splitter, a beehive 3, or a crop plot counter, which is the counters, and you can build on top of your veggies. I do wonder if that would hinder them getting rained on, though. I'm gonna get the bamboo splitter because I feel like that'll be more practical, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like that one's gonna be the best. It's not a tool, so it's gonna be maybe how we make bamboo planks. There it is. Slices through bamboo like butter. Rose minerals and bamboo. Need 30 bamboo to make and 20 rose minerals. Damn. Maybe this isn't a small zone, it's just like one unique thing in the zone.
Come forward. Come forward.
Oh my god. Maybe we should get the dog into
Get
the
out of the
car.
vehicle. He's on the stand. Doesn't matter.
Oh my god. Whoa, this is cool.
Yeah, we're going up.
Wow. This is a massive cliff.
And look, the dog's with us.
You okay, doggo? He's shaking. He's freaking out.
He looks happy, even though he's shaking.
I wonder no matter where we were down there, several 1,000 meters away. Over 1,000 meters away, because we are going up.
Yeah. Oh, and it
Very.
looks like this is the only way to get up there, too.
I wonder if it can drive off. I genuinely
Oh my
wonder
god,
if
we're
it can
above
drive
the
off.
clouds.
We might be able to drive off.
Oh my god, there's fireworks.
There are. Oh, we're at the festival. Remember how I was
Oh.
talking about the festival?
Oh, cool.
I actually have other people here now.
Honey tea, bamboo strips.
Need an axe 4 to chop the blossom wood
Can I talk to
logs.
people?
What do they say?
Come here, pull this lever. They haven't said anything to me. I can't talk to them. I'm very easily entertained, as you can tell.
Some rock. Oh, quartz rock.
Yeah, I need an axe for.
The quartz rock could give rose minerals.
Guaranteed. Yep.
So we need an axe for
Alright, what does it take to make the axe for?
probably blossom wood and some set up camp. So actually, okay. So I need just redwood planks and rose minerals. We
Oh,
can
nice. Babe, come here.
hang on. Where are you?
Come on, babe, drive up. Drive up. Drive up. To the next, like, the tower thing. Come to it. Come to it.
Okay, now should we sleep?
Yeah, come here, come here. No, not yet. Come here.
Whoa!
Pull the levers.
Oh my! Oh, that is cool! Whoa! Lovely!
It is lovely. It's so nice.
The entire purpose of this game is to get to the festival.
I'm okay with that.
Everyone's left for the festival. So we need a bunch of quartz rocks to turn into rose minerals.
Okay. I found a quartz rock, but I need a pickaxe for it.
Ah. Yeah, I found a few of like the little quartz rocks.
Yeah. Got a blossom wood log. Hold on. Let's go ahead and like just sleep here. Because you know once we wake up, this is going to be a gorgeous. Stop! What are you doing?
I'm opening it, and you're shut it. Okay, I can't go up the ladder, so I guess I'll sleep down here.
Oh, hold on. Wait, I want to go up here. I want to go up here. Oh, that is so pretty.
This is a lovely zone. Oh, the can is made out of quartz rocks.
And the bamboo all over the place. And like there's pink bamboo over there. Definitely a lot easier to tell where the pink rocks are at not in the daytime. Yep, I've missed a few. Because it's just like pink is just not pink at nighttime.
Yeah, it really isn't. It's just like dark nothing. This I think loops up to the festival.
I have
Yeah.
2 quartz rocks.
Oh, there's a few more over here. Oh, another
That's
can. So I know you're not into sports, but apparently Australia will be playing the USA in the World Cup for soccer, so I assume whatsoever team loses sleeps on the couch. No,
Not even slightly.
neither of us are that into sports. I used to play a bunch of sports, and my opinion of sports is always just it's more fun to play than watch. It's very boring to watch, generally.
Oh, that's so pretty. I don't know if you could tell, we just really like pink.
Yeah, especially like a pastel pink.
Sport?
Look at this.
Eh. I don't know of any sport that would make me feel that way. Oh my god. Damn, my inventory was full.
Ooh. Okay, this has an elevator up. Okay, cool. We do have to go down anyway.
Yeek. Oh.
We're gonna have to power the elevator. It's currently not powered.
Oh.
Stream underwater basket weaving. Yeah.
Look. Don't be getting on my bad side of the stream underwater basket weaving. I really care about that shit.
Yeah. Golf, boring to watch, fun to play. Soccer, boring to watch, fun to play. Cricket, boring to watch, fun to play. AFL, boring to watch, fun to play. NFL, boring to watch, fun to play.
You say that. I don't like playing any games where balls fly at my face. And yes, I know what I said. Stand by it.
Basketball, boring to watch, fun to play.
No, it's not sports girly. I did gymnastics and I did track and I did cheerleading. But none of those require balls. No, no. If we're being honest, I was the worst person on my track team because I'm very slow, not very good runner. I
To be fair, like
tripped over the hurdles.
you're short
No, no.
as
I
well.
can't do a flip. I did gymnastics when I was a kid, and I got kicked out because I couldn't do a cartwheel. Then I did cartwheels later. Figured out how to do a cartwheel later. Did cheerleading. I left because I wasn't a piece of shit. Sorry. Look, sorry to anybody who was a cheerleader back in the day, but all of them are shitty fucking assholes.
My love,
What?
you can make the first tier 4 axe.
He.
Yeah, but like cheerleading and gymnastics favors like a smaller build, and track and field typically favor like taller.
Oh, what I was trying to say is I was the shortest person, or I was the slowest person on my track team, so they put me on shot put, which is dealing with balls. And I was the worst person to do that to.
No.
I just am really not talented.
One thing that like it doesn't they don't really care about doing is you need a certain level of muscle before you even start worrying about pak choi, before you start worrying about technique. But they always just go into technique in high school, and don't actually do any physical, or just in school and in general, don't actually do any like physical muscle building. It's all just do it in your own time. Give me an A, give me an I, give me a K, give me an O. What does that spell? KO. Aikyo.
Wow.
AIKO.
He doesn't know my name. He hates me. He hates me. Banana, trash, rock, silver Luke.
Oh my god.
What high school? What high school you ever think you'd score a popular cheerleader? Popular cheerleader's hilarious. I was like the lame cheerleader. That's why I left because everybody had a certain amount of like attitude on them. You know, that air of superiority that I just was like, nah.
Cheerleading wasn't really it's not really a thing in Australia.
You know those girls that would like look down on you and just be like, mm, mm. You know
Tell
that
me about
noise?
my new boyfriend.
Oh my God, don't talk to me. Oh my God, why are you even looking at me? Ugh. That's what I needed to have to be a better cheerleader, and I just did not have it.
Needed to be a snob.
Popular Jim is also a track star. Oh,
Oh my
wow.
god.
Wow, I feel like, oh my gosh. Track star. That's hilarious. Hilarious.
Aiko is my star.
The only thing you're getting me to run to now is the fridge.
Even then, it's not really safe focused stairs.
I mean, I ran to the store. I could power walk like a motherfucker. I'll give you that. That's because my mom. Mhm. Briskly walk to the fridge. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, look, there's another group partying over here. I'm gonna. Oh!
What's that? Oh, that's the fireworks.
Cool.
Fireworks everywhere. Bottle cap, bottle cap, bottle cap, bottle cap. We need the
Uh,
pickaxe. Hey, how
oh,
you doing
sugar
today, Al?
cane.
Oh my god,
But we don't have a
sugarcane.
high enough sickle. Oh my God. Zinc.
Oh,
GNOME.
something that's cool is a rose mineral. For
Yeah.
every one rose mineral, you make 3 glass.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
That is good. Nope, the nose pass. It is scabbard. Dang, cheerleader track star mirrors the international foreign exchange student from Australia. Sounds like a Hallmark movie. Oh my God.
Blue.
No, because if it was a Hallmark movie, I would get proposed to by the perfectly sweet and awesome internet or foreign exchange student from Australia.
Yeah.
And then I'd leave him for that podunk nobody.
Who, like, was abusive to you and was your ex or something.
Yeah, but I had a crush on him, and now he's seen the error of his ways. So I'm gonna just leave him for that guy because yeah, that's what we do now. What? What are you talking about? Hold on, I'll prove it. Okay.
I don't even have a texter to mark those holes. Crop plot counter, what?
Look, there weren't a lot of good options. It was crop plot counter, mushroom counter, or
Oh, is that a counter that goes over your crop plots?
yeah.
Oh, cool. Bamboo. Okay, so our current sickle works for bamboo, or at least a little bamboo. Bok choy, bak choy.
Why is this at a full on weird ass angle? These angles don't make no sense. The
How
hell?
is proven that we are a Hallmark movie?
I don't know. I'm waiting to find
Um,
out. What Hallmark movie?
yeah, which Hallmark movie? I genuinely don't. I'm not a fan of Hallmark movies because, I mean,
Generally, a pretty good guy gets left.
yeah, genuinely, it's the nice guy gets left for the childhood bully or fucking abusive ex who they're gonna divorce 10 days later or something. way to lower the... Okay, I guess we gotta go on the walk-in path. So I'll leave the car at the drawbridge.
Ooh. Oh, oh. Hold on, I need blossom with planks.
Oh, we haven't made any of those. I'll have to
10.
make
Need 10.
10 of them?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I feel like our love story is a bit better than a Hallmark movie. What do you think?
I agree. I'm gonna spend ages just going back through and making... Oh, I can research this.
Oh, pants upgrade too at the sewing table.
Yep. One cloth, 2 red minerals, and 4 red minerals and 2 salt. I guess I'll make more red minerals.
I was like, I'll prove it, and then leaves.
Oh no, we scared Owl off.
Oh my god, we've got rain.
Oh my god, it really rains in this world.
And look how
We
windy.
probably should be able to make pants now.
Ah, nice.
I'm on my way to cross this bridge. Let's go, baby.
Wait for me.
I love you, honey.
Love you too, babe.
Oh wait, did you grab the blossomwood planks?
Nope.
Random and just
This
broken
water
it.
is green.
Yummy green water. Honey. I got the planks.
Let me pick up rocks. Because we don't have a pickaxe yet.
Okay, so that way will take us to the thing to lower, but over here is probably more rocks. Yeah, more rocks. Oh, a crate with bottle caps.
You know.
And can the can. Can. So we still need to find lotus flower and cherries.
Yep.
And chrome ore will probably be the ore in this region that we haven't found yet.
Yep.
Hey, honey.
Bye. Hear me out. Sweet Southern Belle, homegrown cheerleader, is stuck in a horrible relationship. She's been in for a while but doesn't know how to leave. Insert the hunky international force from Australia. Super sweet and really kind and understanding but respectful of the relationship. Thinks she's absolutely beautiful but knows not to overstep. So he can only watch from afar. What will she do? Will she stay with what she knows or make a new path? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Does that mean I'm the person that's gonna get left at the altar in a Hallmark movie?
No.
Yeah, we need a sickle for
You're the
that.
person who I wind up at the altar and then I realized, wait, I'm making a mistake. And then I have to run to the international Australian boy. Send the script in immediately. Exactly. When did you make a sickle?
This is just you can get the small one bamboos with sickle. With the
Oh,
current sickle we have, you just can't get the 4 bamboo. Not the 5 bamboo, the big bamboo.
these. I see.
Yeah.
I see. I did not realize.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way? I'm gonna run you down with this RV.
RV. Oh, campfire.
We make script worthy content. How sweet. Don't worry, I got this. Already had it in my inventory.
Nice.
Yeah, motherfucker.
I am indeed an Aiko fan.
I would
Oh,
like to believe that our story is a little bit better than Hallmark. Oh my god. There's clearly an issue here. I cannot fit my RV down this path.
hmm. Oh, well, if you go around more, you might be able. No, no, none of these. It's just bamboo everywhere.
Alright, I'll go through this way.
Keep driving around. There might be a spot around here that you can drive in.
See a book with a bench.
Ooh, I'm gonna leave this gnome for you.
I want to know.
Oh, that's so cute.
What?
There's a little spring here, like a hot spring.
Oh, that is cute.
But the gnome in the hot spring. Look at it.
Oh, it's on top of the fucking capybara plushie. That's adorable.
So cute. Give me Silu.
Hot tub. Hot springs.
Danny DeVito for me.
Oh my god. Danny DeVito for you. Ooh, Danny DeVito for you. Oh my god, what's her name? What's her name? Oh my god, I know it. Jennifer Coolidge. Is that her name?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Huh. Yeah. Yep. Jennifer Coolidge and Danny DeVito. Match made in heaven.
What does she look like? Oh, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so do we want pickaxe or
What do
just
you-
pickaxe?
Look, look. It's not exactly off from the last Jennifer Coolidge movie I saw. Okay. Have you seen the Minecraft movie?
Well,
Have you
yeah,
seen the Minecraft movie? Just saying,
that
okay?
was a movie.
Jennifer Coolidge is in it, and she has a romantic interest in that movie.
And her romantic interest goes, hmm,
Hmm.
hmm,
Ah.
hmm,
Ah.
and then eventually becomes very sophisticated.
Yes. That was a film of all time. It was, yes.
It
It
was
was
indeed a
indeed a
film.
film of all time. Oh, Lord. That's a true
Okay,
statement.
I love. We
Yeah.
can make pickaxes now.
Ah, fabulous.
We need core. Okay, okay. We need.
Blossom with planks and rose minerals.
I'm gonna need more quartz rocks, but okay. Make. Okay. We'll get enough for one.
Okay.
So
We need 5,
5
and then 10 blossom wood planks.
Blossom planks are the easy one.
Yeah.
Blossom planks making. We just need to get a few more quartz rocks.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me see what I can do.
Maybe around this. Like, oh, what are you? Sugarcane. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we need the sickle for. Well, that, and I guess bamboo too.
You search that way. I'll search this way.
You-
This is the
I
campus.
thought that was a baby elephant. I am dumb. There's just a fucking pile of paint here on the ground.
Nice. Okay, so I found a camping spot over here.
Seems really bad for the environment.
Some sugar
Nice.
in the camping spot. Okay.
I know that these are you guys' plants that you guys have grown, but I'm gonna steal them right in front of your eyes.
Volleyball court. I'm having no luck with the quartz mineral or quartz rocks. I found a volleyball court.
I found an area where we could paint our vehicle.
Oh, nice.
I found more paint on the ground.
What is this? Fruit trucks only pass this point. Please park your vehicle by the campsite. Okay.
Tried to paint.
Found a fireworks area.
Nice.
Oh, I see where all the levers are for it. Oh, and I also see another signal tower.
Oh, please be careful with the yellow paint. Someone keeps spilling it everywhere. Okay.
Okay, let's spill it everywhere.
Well, it's already spilled everywhere.
Let's spill it
And there's
more.
green paint all over the place too.
Oh, I found a quartz rock. Okay, I got enough quartz rocks for someone to get a pickaxe.
There you go. Oh, and there's blue paint all over the place over here. Mhm. Try to get in.
Oh, I'm starving to death.
Oh
Let me
no.
get this recipe. Oh wait, no, there's another campsite up here. Do we want mushroom pot counter, key station, or beehive 3?
What?
Beehive 3, key station, or mushroom pot counter?
What's the station? Tea?
Tea.
Tea station. Oh. I could put that in the kitchen. I wouldn't make it. I just like getting the stations. That works.
Beehive it is.
That works.
We get the beehive upgrade for more beeswax.
In addition to all the other beeswax.
Yeah. I got some cups of coffee. That will feed me. Consume.
Yeah. Oh, I got so excited. I was like, whoa, there's a banner in our house. That's because we just barked. Barked below a banner and lifted the house up. Okay, so crop pot counter,
Oh.
no. Efficient mushroom plot, no.
Radio
Beehive,
signal is the one right by you.
Oh, is it? Okay, I'll go get it. I hope it's a
Okay.
sickle.
Probably not. These seem to be just like cosmetics.
Yeah.
But hopefully. We do still have to go to like the early areas and grind resources to get all the upgrades if we want to do that.
Ah, what? Ah. Oh my god. Oh, 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 these are good. Oh, come on. Oh my goodness. Oh,
What are your options?
oh. Gnome houses, exotic furniture, or gnome decorations.
Oh.
I'm so torn. What do you think?
Ooh. Gotta give the gnomes some homes, right?
All right, I can do that. There's only two. I also don't know how I got over here. Okay. Okay, we need more blossom wood planks for that. Totally fine, easy peasy.
I had 10 making after I got back, and I got all the big quartz rocks
Okay.
over here. Hopefully there's enough for you to also make a pickaxe with all this. Hmm? Okay.
Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. La fine, shut the turbo button.
So much paint over here. Dang.
Yeah. I need one more stuffing.
Yeah, we're gonna need to go back through places to get
Probably.
more things.
Beep.
Okay. Day 68. Oh, there's a little house over here. Ah, there's a note about filling paint. Oh, the gnome behind the house.
I missed that, it seems.
That is cute. But sack with flower petals. Nice.
You gave me 5 last time.
Yeah. A whole paint worth.
Used to play pretend, give each
My
other
love has
different names.
abandoned me.
We would fly far away. Used to dream of outer space and never life right now. I'm just gonna go explore the things you already explored.
I haven't explored over here.
You didn't?
No.
Where were you then?
I didn't go this far, but this is technically the area, I guess. Imposter in the seat next to you. This is the other side of the area. That I didn't go this far through it.
Okay.
So up on the left is like a campfire area. I basically just like cut across that to the parking lot.
So you went across all of these guys?
Yeah, I didn't go up on the right where all those food vans are. Um,
Mm.
and I didn't really explore this parking area much.
Go see the food vans. Oh my god.
On a date.
I'm picking up everybody's trash.
Yeah.
I, for some reason, decided that this is my responsibility. Hey, banana people.
Oh, it's a gnome here. Oh, that's a cute gnome.
Free treats for your furry friend, freshly baked with love. There's just so many dog treats and they're just dancing. Maybe there's music and I have it turned off, so they're just dancing to whatever I've got on Spotify.
I don't have music turned off, but there's just no music. Actually, I don't think I have music. I might. It might be very low. I said there's probably enough quartz rocks now for you to
Make a pickaxe.
make your pickaxe.
I'm swimming.
Oh my god, my sweet princess, I know how to swim. Ooh,
What?
ooh,
What?
cherries.
Ooh, we need that.
We do. There's a few down here on the cherry trees.
This dance looks familiar to me.
You have returned cleaner than a 97% stinky Hika. Oh my god.
That's good, I guess.
Glorious Russian fox.
It's not really saying much.
I don't know what I pressed, but I'm here. I'm somehow here now. Welcome in.
Food trucks only past this point. Okay, so you did see at least that.
Yes, I didn't go. Like, I saw that and then just stayed on the other side of the fence from it. So we have someone who has found us by clicking something and mysteriously ending up here.
Oh, well, welcome in, Glorious Russian Fox. Wait a second. I feel like I've seen you before. Yeah, you've been here before. You probably clicked on people you were following.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, fun hanging out.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, this rock literally just spawned in behind me.
Oh, I did a good job parking next to these guys, dude, because I was like, which one's our van? Goodbye.
No, she doesn't want the cherries or the quartz rocks.
You do want the cherries and the quartz rocks. I'm just gonna drive this closer to you, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, that's closer. Yeah. You stuck?
No,
Hey, honey. There you go.
can I make an axe now?
Yeah, there's definitely enough for you to make an axe. It's just.
Yay! No, there's not. I need 10 blossom wood planks.
Ah, use the 10 that were there for something else.
Well, I needed them for the gnome houses. This was so important.
Oh, yeah, where did you put the gnome houses?
Right here. That's it. That's why I need more stuffing, so I can finish this couch, so we can observe the gnome houses.
Oh, cool. That's cute. Guess I'll lurk for a bit when I finish what I'm doing. Yeah. Enjoy your lurking.
Yes, enjoy the lurk.
What Current efficiency normal. Okay, I could actually get in some sun now. How much do they produce when they get in sun? 0.3.
How much are we getting from the wind?
1.0 with like a low wind.
Wind is OP.
Yeah, there's like literally no wind. They're turning so slow.
So we have pak choi, we have cherries, we have bamboo,
Yeah,
but we don't have chrome or lotus flower.
we do not. Oh, it's a campfire we missed back here. some wood.
Nice.
Oh yes, it's the campfire up by the fence thing.
Yeah.
The food trucks with it. Just didn't have a blossom wood when I came over here. Well, it's lit today. Yeah. I still don't understand the purposes of the campfires, but
Lighting them. Burning off wood, obviously.
maybe they're respawn points for if you get stuck.
No.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Wow, the food trucks are actually marked
What's the
locations.
point of the gnomes? What's the point of the cairns? The point of anything, really.
True. What is the point of anything? And the point is what you make it.
Because you wanted to.
Exactly.
Cherries?
These are cherries, yeah. Cherry. Blossom wood. Blossom wood. Blossom wood. Cherries.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Ooh. Is that a chicken
Aw,
snap?
man. I mean, yes, it is, but like,
Oh.
for completion's purposes, I guess. It's just more stuff that you can put on the rearview mirror.
Oh.
But you can only put one thing on the rearview mirror, and we already have the best thing.
We do. Maybe there's a dinosaur in that one. Probably not, but golden doodle charm. Oh, there's a hiking path here that I will wait until you're ready to take.
Yeah.
Apparently, we left the dog in somewhere.
Oh,
Over 1,000 meters behind.
damn.
No, our fault the dog got stuck there.
I don't even know how the dog got stuck. We haven't been anywhere.
It got stuck on the bridge area before we lowered the drawbridge.
Oh,
How long ago it's been stuck?
I didn't even notice.
Yep. Neither did I.
Off to entertain the niece to say stop fighting. Love you guys. Love you too, Wanderer. Enjoy yourself.
Love you. Bye, Wanderer. Have fun. These are some pretty vines. This is just
It is
such a
not hard for us to think things are pretty. Just take normal things and make them pink.
Yep.
Oh, pretty.
Dino charm. There is a dino charm.
Tree, nice. Pink tree, pretty. Bench, nice. Pink bench, pretty. Flamingo, nice. Pink flamingo, pretty. Alright, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. There's a hiking trail next to us with a signal tower at the end of it. Oh, there's another entrance there, just ahead. I don't think we can drive over it.
Damn.
Unfortunately, it's anti-drivable.
How dare. I didn't get any blossom wood.
I hope we find one on the way up. Because I don't see a campfire. It's just a signal tower.
Pickle!
Yes. It goes up even further.
Does it? Because I just dropped down.
Don't worry, I get it. I get whatever's up here. And iron and a gnome. Oh, it's bread.
Fuck was that?
And a Vinci.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
all the way at the top.
Okay.
Wow, a cherry gives you 100 nutrition. I don't think that's
Really?
realistic, but yeah.
Wow. Definitely not realistic.
Cherries are in fact not very nutritious.
No.
Real ion. I guess, yeah, that was an optional side trail. But yeah. Oh, another can. Get stacked, Karen.
I'm unstoppable.
Well, that signal tower is the last one that showed up as. Is the one like just behind us a bit.
I'm gonna go get it.
Go, my love, go. I'll wait up here.
Key.
I guess while I'm waiting, I may as well explore the side here for resources.
Yeah.
I love you. Wow. The cherry bushes turn black
Oh, wow.
in nighttime.
Everything looks infinitely worse at night.
Yeah, just the entire lighting system in this game is bad.
The game is great. The lighting system's shit.
Yeah. Oh, there's no way that like you should be changing skin color with nighttime.
Am I black?
You're brown, yeah. You're a lightish brown.
Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Ooh, lamps, birdhouses, or exotic plants. Exotic plants. You light this one up already?
Yes. That was one of
But
the
you
ones
didn't
that
empty supply cache?
I got the supply cache.
No, you didn't.
I guess we got it twice. There's been a few that have been like that. What that smoking stuff is. Wiggle.
There you go.
Mm.
Like sugar. I got sugar. Did you know? I got
What's on that supply cache?
sugar.
Yeah.
No.
Huh? Sickle?
Yes.
You had enough to make a sickle.
Yes, and I also crushed up enough rock so that we'll have 10 more. So we have enough for you to also make a sickle.
Oh my gosh, she loves me.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Most of the time. You're not going to believe the night I'm having. All right, explain it. Explain it. I need to hear. Give me the details. Fill us in. What is going on?
We need to
Also, go
learn
go
to
to sleep.
believe.
So we can have daytime because it's dark. Hey, babe.
Hey, y'all hanging.
Fill us in on the tea. Oh my God, it's day 69. Nice. And it's raining.
It's a funny number.
Haha, 69 and it's wet. I guess the power is going to go up really quick.
Yeah.
Damn.
Don't drive off. I'm making my sickle.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, I've made it.
Sorry. My bad.
But it's a good thing that I have the glitch where I'm duplicated and not you, because I know when I'm not in the chair,
Oh, yeah.
whereas you would be driving off all the time and be confused.
I'm like, what do you mean? You're right there.
Do you want to go left? Okay, left is a camping ground.
Yeah, I'll
The
go
sign
right.
says it. You don't want to go to the camping ground?
I'm,
Oh, I mean, we can't light it, but it'll still be a dead end. Thunder.
Are you going to sing me a song, babe? Thunderbringer?
No, Thunderstruck.
Yeah, you should sing Thunderbringer.
Yeah, it's the only song I know.
Well, you're really good at it.
Thunder.
Leaving his ass.
He's leaving with my clone. We got 6 out of 9 signal towers on day 69.
Yeah.
Ooh, what is in here? Why is my door still open as well?
Not.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing we got the pickaxes.
Right?
Sharp. Teamwork. Ooh. What a lovely little pond in the storm.
And I can. 69. Under 69.
So many funny numbers. I originally started by burning some wood stacks, which then the giant open field of dry grass caught fire, and I spent the last 3 hours
I just
cooking
got
so
chrome
much.
ore.
You got chrome ore? Nice. Uh,
Running stacks with just giant
good
open field.
work keeping the
Oh
field
no.
contained.
Yeah, good
Damn.
job. But still, that's wild. And I do believe it. I do believe it. And like dry, like especially if it's windy, dry grass gets out of control.
Yeah, it doesn't even need wind, but like wind makes it so much worse. Oh, dry grass is insane. Nice teamwork. Oh wow.
I almost didn't see that.
I only saw it because you ran into it. I would not have seen it either. Yeah, yeah. Good work firefighting.
Proud of you.
Oh, it's a supply cache here. Hidden in the back of this rock. Water and roasted coffee beans and wild tomato. Oh.
Go here, dog. Go here, dog.
The thunder ended. I'm gonna run back to the car.
Alright. Oh yeah, I will light this fire.
You have wood? I guess you can find it.
I have wood.
Oh, nice. We took a side unintended path to the car. I'll. It's not like I'm a volunteer firefighter. Anything? Well, I mean, it's
Are
great
you
you
a
are.
volunteer firefighter? I feel like I know this. Karen. 70. Hehehehe.
Nice. So you're the right person for the job.
Exactly. Imagine if anybody else were doing it. They'd be fucked.
Yeah, we can get some really bad fucking fires in Australia. It's insane.
Are you in Australia? Or are
I
you in
believe.
Russia?
I believe last time we figured out glorious Russian fox is indeed in Australia.
It is in Australia, in Queensland? Wait, no. Wait, no, wait. I thought
No, I think you're right, Queensland.
who
I know
was
of two
who
of
was
them.
the one who was a miner? Worked in the mines.
Oh, that was someone from Queensland. Yeah. I'm not sure.
I'm lost. I don't know where you are. Other way. This way.
America.
That would be you. Yeah, you're the miner. Haha.
Ah, you're a miner and a volunteer firefighter. To be fair, as a volunteer firefighter, there's a lot less need to be.
Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding.
There's two campfires here. I need blessed wood. Accidentally, rather than depositing my materials, I accidentally refilled the tire. My love, why are you driving in circles, keeping me away from the car?
Because it's funny. There you go. First we mine. Then we craft. Let's Minecraft. Fair. Love you.
Bye bye. You abandoned
Wee.
me by driving backwards in circles. I'm abandoned. Ooh, more sugar. Oh, there's a gnome here. Carrot cake. Serious gnome.
Oh no.
Take me to Snurch. But yeah,
Glorious Russian fox yearns for the mines. I'm sure that's one he's heard 1,000 times now.
the real question is, do you support child labor because they tend to yearn for the mines? After all, that's why Minecraft is so popular.
If I could drive down this pathway backwards. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. Let me light this. Wait, we're going from a storm to fog. Guys, have you campsite? There is a geyser there, yeah.
Oh, fuck. As a child, I yearned for the mines. Someone has seen the Minecraft movie. Is your name Steve?
Do you look very similar to Jack Black?
Do you wear unisex turquoise shirts? I finally figured out how to drive backwards, and you caught up with me.
I genuinely wonder if sales of unisex turquoise shirts went up after the Minecraft movie. But I'm gonna be running along the road. If someone happens to just run over me and teleport me into the passenger seat, that is up to them.
All right. Says, think I need to charge soon. Oh, well, wonder what happened to all the power. Surely it wasn't somebody riding in circles and trying to drive backwards and almost getting stuck over a cliff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Raining
raining
again.
again. Jesus.
Oh, there's a can over here. And yay, I'm off the road. Somebody stop me.
He's off-roading.
Couldn't have been. Nah, nah.
There we
We
go.
just got like a hole in the battery. It's just leaking battery fluids.
Yep. Yep, yep. Why did none of these crop plots have crops in them?
Because I harvested them once, and then when I went to plant them, the entire house just disappeared for some reason, and then I just couldn't be bothered. Oh my god, that is a giant gnome.
Oh my god, where?
Get in the car, drive, and take the first right.
Okay, I've made it right.
Gnome. Giant gnome. Yay, I'm in the passenger seat.
Where?
Well, we can stop the car whenever. This way.
Where are you? Oh, there you go. Oh
The giant
my
gnome.
gosh.
Speaking of off-road, I
It's the
found something I
gnome
don't know what it is.
overlords.
Oh my god, there's a gnome on the gnome. Speaking of off-roading, I found something and I don't know what it is. Oh,
What is it? Must tell us.
it could be lots of different things here. Look at this gnome.
Oh, I see the gnome. I see it. I see it.
What is it even got in its hand? Oh, it's a pickaxe.
The robotic hurricane.
Oh my god, was he causing the storm?
What does it look like?
Is
We
it
did
made out
realize
of
that he said, I found something. I don't know what it is. And then we said, what is it?
Is its design very human? Pardon me. We got 3 campfires left.
Gnome. Medium gnome. I would have said that's a big gnome if it weren't for the fact that I found a lotus flower.
Oh, nice. Wee fireworks.
I know what it is now. Okay. What is it?
Is Did you find me?
Yes.
And definitely in an off-road area.
There we go.
Oh, lotus flowers are pretty. Bit of steel cable off an elevator. Oh, in the jungle? The mighty jungle?
I found a gnome. 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 Found a gnome. I found a gnome. I found a gnome. Found a gnome. I found a gnome. I found a gnome. I found a gnome. I found a gnome.
Place has so many gnome houses.
I found a gnome, I found a gnome, I found a gnome, I found a gnome. Found a gnome, I found a gnome, I found a gnome, I found a gnome.
I think she found a gnome.
Did.
Yeah, yeah. Oh.
Oh my god.
Obi. Mark.
I met the devs.
Oh, you gotta meet the devs achievement?
Yeah,
Nice.
they were the gnomes.
The gnome.
I told you I found a gnome.
There's a gnome painting in this house?
Yeah, go to sleep.
No. Oh, wow.
You
No.
sort of it. I said I found a gnome, I found a gnome, I found a gnome, I found a gnome, I found a gnome.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You indeed found all the gnomes. Can we collect them all? Why can't we
No.
collect them all? Game?
I collected the two that were on this computer. They were the developers.
Wow. No. So many gnomes. Gnome, gnome.
I think the devs like gnomes.
Yeah.
Just a guess. There tends to be gnomes in like all cozy games.
All the devs are gnomes.
You just missed that Karen that was like right in front of you.
Oh, no, I knew it was there. I wasn't working my way to it.
Sure, sure. Sure, sure. Sure, 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 sure. Alright, where's this radio signal coming from? Way back there? Damn. I don't want to drive. You drive.
Go to bed.
Just sit in your lap.
And day 69, or do we want to stay on day 69 forever? At least until we get the other radio signal.
Yeah. Stretch my shoulders 'cause they hurt. I'm gonna take my headphones off really quick because I need to stretch better.
Anything cool down here? Stretch. No. Hips. Oh, upper back. Oh. Upper back can sometimes be hard to stretch by yourself. Do you want a hand? Okay. I'm almost at the give me a second. Give me just 1 sec. Just 1 sec. I almost drifted the car. I have too much random stuff. Ain't that the life? Okay. Let me give you a hand.
My lower back.
They can help.
I do not. Feel like you just lengthened my spine.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
That was the objective of that. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Get out of
I'll
the
get that. Oh, that
driver's
felt so
seat
much better.
at least.
I'm gonna go get this,
I'm gonna sit in the
whatever it
passenger
is.
seat.
Okay, I'm gonna go climb to get that. Looks like I can download a blueprint here. She says not even at the blueprint station. Close enough, though. Now that this tall grass is gone, I can find the things I lost in the field. Oh, I mean, I guess. Yeah. Gnome lamps or exotic furniture. Let's go with the gnomes. We have some gnomes to live at the gnome houses. Smart. I'm a genius. If I was putting some gnomes on the ground. What? Is some absolute bullshit. What is that? Adamant metal? Have I even found that? I feel like I have. I only need two. Oh, there's an ad break starting in a minute, guys. Thank you for your patience. I'm a bit annoyed by the. Let me see. What if I put this table down? Maybe like 3 tables. Yeah, and then we move these guys on top of the tables. No. Okay. We put. Okay. What if we do like this, and then that, and then that, and then that, 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 and then no, put this guy up there, and this person over here. Oh my god. I need one more crystal. I'm creating a store right here. You found a hole? Is there a an animal in it, like a mole? Or a rabbit? It might be dead. No, no, we don't want that. Oh, they're created by the amazing Kickstarter backers. I see. Okay, that's cool. There was a me in it. Oh, you fell in it. Oh no. That's a shame. Don't do that. You're not supposed to fall. Oh my god, that's so cute. I love that. It's a little heart. Ginger and lavender tea. Very cute. I need like one more fluff, more stuffing. I could get it from the turtle poop, but I don't want to. I want the turtle poop. Is there anything else that uses stuffing? No. Ooh, we can get an everwood plank here. Hold on, hold on. You're bad. What? You didn't do anything. You only like that. You inconvenience yourself. Color the gnomes? No, but I can color their houses. There's a world between them, you see. This is the story I have to tell. Star-crossed lovers. The gnome and gnomette. The world between them. Alright. I think he's in there, so we're good. So we can continue. Your old bush, I think I found why my old bush car was having issues. That's a piston. Oh, at least you figured it out. Maybe not exactly what you wanted to find out, but you found out. 2 years later, oh geez. Maybe you should have set that yard fire a while ago. Are you like walking around your yard right now? Just like I am amused by the idea that like you're just walking around outside with like your phone out and you're just like watching me like harvest harvest sugarcane and drive around in a camper and you're telling me you just do things you're just like I'm just gonna drive around. You're just gonna walk around your yard. I'm glad that you're safe. I'm glad that you're safe. Keep going. Alright, we'll have to go this way and then make a left here, I think. Yeah, we could make a right, but we're gonna make a left. Or we're gonna make a right first, then a left. Sorry. That's what I meant. This way. Giant gnome. I'm always oftentimes curious about what other people are doing while they're watching. Because we're not like a very like super engaging stream, or definitely more like a cozy have on in the background kind of stream. So I always imagine other people are like doing other things as well. Walking around the yard, falling into holes is definitely a thing that can be done. What is it? Nothing beats walking around your property at 1:44 in the morning. It is 1:44 in the morning, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't really have much property here, so I would be walking around a very tiny area outside the house. I definitely don't think they bought this place for the land. Okay, we can do this. How much land do you have? Since it seems like you have quite a lot to be losing stuff. No idea. New pillars. Just sit on this. He'll come back. He'll come looking for me. And I'm just sitting over here on this beanbag. It's on a notepad somewhere. You ever written down? You just don't. You don't know. It's just like one of those things. It's like information. You're like, I don't need to remember this information. Like I know it. Information you know that you need to know, but you don't need to like retain it in your forefront memory. Going. Right. I wanted to light that campfire up there first. Before I forget, because I will. Mm-hmm. There we go. Popcorn. Salty popcorn, sweet popcorn, and pizza. What a nice thing to have in your supply cache. You good, fam? Plo la plu? Plo a plu. I see, yes, yes. Very plo a plu. Another gnome. A lone wanderer. It's Wanderer. Ah, she left though. All I did was pick something up. Mm-hmm. Plo plo. Plo a plo. Goodness. The hot air balloons. On the way to the festival. Mhm. Alright, better flashlight. Sounds good. You did that with your palm. Whatever works. It's a good thing we have salty popcorn and sweet popcorn and pizza. This is a very cute little area. I feel like this right here, this kind of shit is the reason my family goes RVing. It's because they can just like go out and have these little parties with people for no fucking reason. If they want to. I should probably return the fire. Oh, all right. Don't get in trouble now. Go this way and then we're gonna turn because fully charged. Now what's over there? Okay, we need to go that way. Just to open up that little fog of war. I thought that was a mushroom. What? That big thing back here? That's a charging station. Okay, almost unlocked. Oh. I'm gonna go up there. That looks cool. Let's go. Explore time, Silver Mist Springs. Ooh. Okay, so it looks like a bus stop here. But it's not a bus stop. Oh, it's a hot spring. I see. Very nice. I usually go to the hot springs with my pickaxe. This would be more of like, I don't know what that would be. Thought I saw some more ore a second ago. But I could just be losing my mind. Very dark. I can't sleep till the next day because Tristan's AFK at the moment. Trash. Bottle cap. Ooh, some food for the recycler. I usually bring my jackhammer to the hot springs. Yep. That works better than a pickaxe. That sounded like shit's breaking. I was seeing if there was anything behind the waterfall. Nope. Game is like, why are you wandering around in the dark? Just go to sleep already. I can't. I cannot. This song? What is this song? Sunflower, Spider-Man. Alright. Tell me, what is your fun story? Somebody actually requested this song the other day. They didn't even get to hear it. They came in, requested the song, and left. It was funny. Who was I? I think their name was Chaotic Fox or something. We get a lot of foxes. Foxes in the chat. Foxes and femboys. That's what we're good for. I love it. Sometimes femboy foxes. I don't even know if I need all this chrome. Probably not. I'm getting it anyways because I'm here. Where's that dog left? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? I gotta go all the way back up there. Alright. Like I still have to go all the way up. Because there's probably going to be some gnome up here or something that I haven't found. Or a cairn. Hello. That weird noise, that wasn't me, I swear. That was my darling husband who's come back and decided to eat my cheek. I found a hot spring, but it's fine. I've already looted it. Although you've probably what? What's that?
That's one hot spring.
A couple years ago, I was at a mate's place in West Australia, and during our shenanigans, he managed to roll a trophy truck. I was sitting upside down, all I hear is that song. That's beautiful.
Did I miss anything interesting while I was gone?
Uh, well, Russian fell in a hole,
Oh?
and I found out the Russians are just kind of walking around their yard.
Yeah, just looking for any spot fires.
Yeah, looking for stuff. That he still has a fire truck at his he hasn't brought the fire truck back. He'll bring it back to Barb. As far as end game, not really. I'm just I've been looking for. I made a love story between the gnomes. So like, so here if you look at the gnomes, I made the girl gnome and the boy gnome are worlds apart, are separated by an entire world.
That's cute. My wife is adorable.
He's making lies about me. But now there's a signal back where it was before, so I'm gonna go get that.
You mean the signal that I'm running to?
Yep.
Unless you don't want me to get it.
No, go for it. Go for it. You're good.
Yay!
I'll meet you at the intersection.
Exotic furniture, bamboo lamps, or birdhouses?
Huh?
Exotic furniture,
Okay.
bamboo lamps,
Uh-huh.
birdhouses.
Exotic furniture.
Coconut chair, rainbow bed.
Yeah, I know.
Lena boy.
Damn it, it needs stuffing. Everything needs stuffing.
Well, we need to get a bunch of cotton for that.
We didn't pick up like no cotton while we were there.
We got a little bit.
You think we could
We
wait a
need so
second,
much
wait a
cotton.
second, wait a second. Could we have grown cotton?
Didn't check. I don't think we can.
Hold on, let me check. Oh. No, it's not in here. You think you would be able to grow cotton though?
You would think, yeah.
Yeah.
Fortunately, no. Oh, popcorn, pizza. Came across a supply cache that you had definitely opened and looted, but I could loot it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Eat.
Sleepy time. It's
I've been running
day.
around in the dark. It's been a fucking nightmare because everything's not been pink. It's been black.
Oh no. So ugly. Just like me.
Go.
Yeah.
Get it! Get it!
Just enjoying a ride with my clone. I mean, let's go. I can see a can on the right. Or the distance behind the tree. You keep going up. There's one on the left. Did you get that one?
Knew there was fucking one there.
I'll get them both. Don't worry. You can go on without me.
Alright. I was like, man, gonna move the fire truck to the front yard for the morning. Okay, alright.
Have fun. Don't
So weird.
crash.
Steep
Steep.
slope detected.
Oh. We can't go up that one then yet. Did you... We have to upgrade our motor to the last tier.
Alright, what did it take to upgrade it?
Date, the truck is bogged. Oof.
Oh no. Motor upgrade. Adamant metal and rose minerals. Okay, we could do the metal. Hold on, let's get the metal going.
I see another can. Whoa, that one would have been annoying as fuck to see at nighttime.
Yeah, I couldn't see shit up nighttime. I was walking around going like, I know I'm gonna miss something.
Yep. Probably a gnome somewhere that's hidden as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I know that I'm gonna miss some cairn or some gnome. Tristan's gonna find it. I did get a bunch of adamant or chrome though, so
Nice. Proud of you.
yeah. So how are you planning on getting it out? The truck box. You got a tow truck? Or what do you mean by bogged? For me, bogged would be like stuck in the stuck in the ground.
Yeah,
Okay,
bogged is
yeah. And it is times like these where we have a Komatsu D335 bulldozer.
yeah, that'll get it out.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Become very problematic if that got bogged.
This is the same one that has like the. This is the same guy that has like
It also has that
17
tank.
planes. Yeah, the tank. Like a bunch of planes with parts, but none of them run, and then also a tank.
I believe it runs. I believe in hope. And a thing called love. Oh, this hot springs is lovely.
Isn't it nice? I bet it's really pretty during the day. When the flowers actually look pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Must be nice.
You can come and look at it
No,
again.
it's okay. I'm upgrading the engine. Doing tough man work, you know. Somebody's gotta handle the grit.
I give you the.
Oh no. Why is this smoking? This isn't even on.
Ow. Oh no, I'm
The sheet
starving.
press is just
Ow.
constantly smoking for no reason.
It's just feeling like it.
I guess.
I know where one of the last two cans we need are.
I'm gonna catch that. What?
There are 2 more cans we need,
Okay.
and I know where one of them is.
Okay.
I just gotta run to it.
Okay.
Has a dog managed to come back out at all?
Nope.
Still stuck?
580 meters away and just kind of stuck there.
Oh, he's stuck in a different spot though. He managed to get free from his original stock spot.
Oh, fucking needed 40 rose minerals. My
Ooh.
bad.
I count up to the car just to get.
As for someone who has worked on more engines than I have spoons, I can confirm that this is how it works.
I see. So you just melt down some metal, make some minerals, and then smash them together in the engine.
Yes. Obviously.
Okay, now I'll run back for that can.
I was hoping I could brute force it.
Yes, works every time. Perfect.
What do you think's powering all these machines? I don't think it's being powered from our vehicle.
The libido.
What?
From the libido from the commune.
Oh my god.
The commune's just you and me, baby.
Oh my god.
Electricity. Yes. I would say electricity would be doing that, yeah.
Smart asses. Both of you.
Yeah, I was replying to what the glorious Russian fox said.
Yes, and that's why I said both of you. You're both smart asses.
My butt's not smart. Yeah, so I'm missing 1 cairn and 1 patent and 6 gnomes.
Feeling we'll probably need at least 5 adamant, like adamant metal, yeah. I have a feeling we need at least 5 adamant metal, so I'm going to make that. Back, Common Fox, how you doing?
Oh, welcome back.
Look, I told you, there's so many foxes.
Our community is very foxy.
We have a very foxy, thank you. A very, very foxy community. It is comprised of probably 85 to 90% foxes and femboys.
Honestly, yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Alright, let's see what it takes to do the upgrade.
Your property caught fire. Oh my god. Fuck.
No, you knew that. We knew that.
Oh, yes. I thought you were meaning like your house as well, but no, it's just a grass fire.
10 adamant metal and 20 rose minerals. Okay. Fuck. That has happened, but not today. Yeah.
Hi,
Our
Tristan.
OG Fox Hika's streaming right now. I want to give Hika a shout out so that you guys can follow them if you
Follow
want
another
to.
Paul.
Follow another Fox. Is it Hikaru Fox? Just
Yeah, Hikaru.
Hikaru Akira Fox. There you go. There you go. Shout out.
Alright.
I don't think it did it right. I don't know how
No,
you.
you did it.
I don't know how it works.
You did a shout out. You
Okay.
did the command shout out.
Yeah, but I don't know how to. I don't know if it worked. I think he's good. See, that's what I was thinking. Let me try again. Maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. I don't know. It lit it up this time. It lit it up even without the hat, so that's something. I'll just I'll just do this. There we go. Follow them too. Just because they're great. Have to wait. Oh lordy.
Hmm.
I'm just waiting for the rose minerals to finish. There's so many it needs. Jeez.
It does need so many rose petals.
We have an entire channel in the Discord. Oh, you were looking at your uh
Your fire
back.
truck,
Was it a backhoe? No, not a
hog,
backhoe. Looking
engine,
at the bulldozer,
bulldozer.
see if it worked. That's the word I was looking for. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can get a second um flashlight if you want.
Oh, there's another flashlight upgrade?
Yeah, I really want a super bright one. I'm not gonna get that. 12 adamant metal and 6 electronics.
That's for the future.
Yeah, that's
Oh no, I've been put into the car. I've been forced into my seat.
But look, we can go forward now.
Yay! You're getting close to the dog.
Yeah.
The dog's at the bottom of the elevator.
Oh no.
Oh, campsite on the right?
Is the dog at the bottom of the elevator?
Yeah.
Oh
Hello.
shit.
Can you let me out for a moment? There's a campsite back there.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm blind.
You're too busy focusing on the dog.
I was. Look. Look, just
We see nothing. What? Well, so bump. Oh my god. How?
skill, obviously.
That is impressive. What? Why did that jump so much? Where are we now?
Where am I?
Oh, at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, look, I found the dog.
Oh, yeah. Hey, doggy. Yeah, I guess that's how you get the dog back. Some stuff.
I did it.
That was the, like, It's like we just had ridiculous hydraulics on that one tile.
Yep. You've done that before, real life.
Imagine it's more scary.
Okay, hold on. I wanna since we don't have to worry about the dog then, can we just like skip to tomorrow?
We can skip to tomorrow. I'll give you a second though.
Hey.
Yo.
Day 71.
That's 2 days more than 69.
Well, I thought this would be prettier. Just
Oh my god.
foggy.
Oh, this is so cute.
I forgot the dog. Shit.
At the campfire.
What's at the campsite?
I'm gonna let you come and
Okay.
investigate. What does this note say? In case you missed it, come back here at night. It's my favorite spot.
Oh, that's adorable. The tiny binge. Mr. Plop.
Mr. Plop had his tiny bench. It's adorable.
Okay.
Yay, the dog's in the car. Keep my eye out for the last cairn.
Do it.
It's probably at the top.
Possibly. Makes sense. Where is it?
Oh, cool. It's like the second one in the area, like from the start.
Oh, okay. Outbound. Well, that's the name of the game.
Oh my god, they said the name.
They said the name.
We've made it to the festival.
Look, it's movie.
I wonder what this lever does. Whoa!
Ah, what a nice screen. Those pots are massive.
They are.
Tristan.
Why are they so big? Why are our ones so disappointed?
That was just a slideshow. Very nice. All right. Really don't sound. Oh, okay. Well, let us know. Keep us updated. This is interesting.
Practice should hopefully help. If it starts.
Oh, there's some guys on the beach over there. I was like, oh, there's a guy over here. That's just you, Tristan.
That's me.
So cute.
I'm me. She thinks I'm cute. Festival view, the last campfire. Mushroom pot counter. Is that the last signal? Oh, that is the last signal tower.
Would shine your light on me. I don't know what that means. I got an achievement that just says shine your light on me.
Oh, probably for turning on every
Oh, campfire. Yeah, yeah.
campfire.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, and this is where the elevator is. Ooh. What's up with the elevator? The drone elevator is currently out of service. We're working to get it up and running as soon as possible. Apologies for any inconvenience. Oh my god, we must enjoy the festival. Are these more just mirror charms?
Are they? Yeah, I think these were designed by I was reading them. I think they're designed by backers from Kickstarter.
Oh. Actually, a couple of them look like they might not just be mirror charms.
Yeah, we'll see. This is a mirror charm. I want the mushroom one and the boot with flowers in it.
Yeah,
And then
the
the
car.
car, yeah, yeah.
After this one, there's there's one in the first zone that we're missing literally the last
Oh,
one or
that's
two
funny.
from. While you have fun with that, I'm gonna search for the last cairn.
Okay.
Ah, it's gonna be up there at the Drive up to the last festival maypole.
Large.
Oh, I can see it. The large festival maypole. I see the last cairn.
Oh, there it is. That thing's huge.
Yeah.
What is on them?
Cairn. Mushroom ecosphere. Ooh.
Boop.
I look at that. Ooh. Yeah, tractors can be loud. Ooh. Bring me this gold. Shepherd dog shop? No.
Ooh, I'm gonna fight you for that golden go, actually. I hope we both get it. Oh, fuck, I can't spell.
Fuck your cat.
No! Damn it.
No.
It's a mystery. What could it be? Yeah.
Chronic depression. Wait, no, that's not what it is. Surprise. Yeah, so we got all the cairns. We're missing 3 gnomes and 1 painting. So imagine the paintings up the top.
That's 2 blossoms. I think you can handle that.
Wee! Yeah! Woo!
Such a goob.
What?
You stand by what I said. You're a goob.
I'm a boob.
A goob. Oh my god.
I got chitters.
You're a mess. Oh.
Oh, this is lovely. I love the little gnome village.
Alright, I need to make an adamant metal. I need to make, oops, a process. Do we have any more rubber?
We should have more rubber, maybe. Oh no, we don't have any more rubber.
Sims, hello.
Hello, Sims. Aiko and Tristan. That is my name and my wife's name.
Okay, I figured it out. We can remove this teeny tiny one. Okay. And that gives me processed rubber back. And then I can use, and I can make this. Look, you ready? Ah, damn it, it's not that I'm waiting on. I still don't need the metal. Okay, you ready?
Hmm?
Oh.
That's so cute.
I don't want it rotated that way. Still, yeah. Oh, is that supposed to be food on top? Oh no, they're meant to be little planters. That's cute still. And look at the little mushroom thingy.
Yeah,
Oh
I
wait,
love
I didn't get
those.
the boot.
Oh my god, you can graduate in 6 hours. Ooh,
Whoa, that's awesome.
it's so close.
I need one more bamboo strips. Hold on. I didn't make the stripper. Oh shit, we don't have enough bamboo for me to make the splitter. But we need 20 minerals too, so. Okay. Alright, let us sleep first. It's not evening yet.
It's about to be. The sun's going down.
Yeah. I believe they're gonna force us to enjoying the festival.
We're gonna have.
How's our day? Sleepy? We sleeped it. We sleeped it.
We did a lot of sleeping.
We've been very good at
Yeah.
sleeping. Master sleepers.
Yeah. Yeah. You have enough to without me to enjoy the festival. Let me in. I mean, the dog goes in already.
You gonna cry? Why? Why are you gonna cry?
Did the
This is
track will not
sleeping.
start either? Wait,
Oh
no, you
no.
said. No,
Did
you
it
said the
not get it
track.
unstuck?
Or even worse, is the tractor now stuck?
Oh no. Ooh, there's cheering.
Oh my god! The cannons are going off because he made it.
Our
Cannon.
van looks cooler than all of their vans.
There's a designated parking spot for us to park at. Pop, pop, pop.
We should show them all our house.
They're all jealous of our massive house.
Yeah. Oops.
Oh.
I got excited.
There's a designated parking spot right here for us. Yeah! Oh, cutscene?
Fire truck wasn't stuck. I didn't release the handbrake. Oh.
At least it's not stuck.
Yeah, that's something. Rare achievement. Only 2.21% of people got this far.
Really? Wow.
It might be that the people are still playing it. Hold on. I've got to pay attention to who made the lighting.
Yep. We need to roast them. Animation, additional
UI
animation.
and UX, would that be it? World design, balancing, music composition, voice copywriting, voice acting. Voice acting is not bad. Good job,
Sandra
Sandra
Osborne.
Esmore.
Sandra Osborne. Huh?
Somebody in there did the lighting, and they need to.
Managing operational logistics.
It's a good game. It's a good game. I just like roasting the lighting because the lighting is terrible. Oh, they have a CEO. Handled the porting to all consoles. I see, I see. It had its bugs. I think it did pretty well.
Yeah, they didn't. They made
For
a
being an
solid
early
game.
access game, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh wow, lots of translations.
Localized QA by all correct. Oh,
Kudos QA, did you not pay attention to the lighting? The one and only Outbound development baby.
Good Patreon support. Oh, actually got quite a lot of backers. Dang.
All the backers on Kickstarter, furniture designer, campfire story designers, charm designers.
You as a gnome backer. Oh, cool. This is a remake
Oh,
out of
I
it.
see. That's how a lot of the gnomes happened.
That explains a lot of the weird names on some of the gnomes.
Yeah.
Alpha Party Pack backers.
Very cool.
Ever comfy decorations, backers. So the entire objective of this game is to get to the festival.
Yeah. So
And if you don't read any notes, you'll never even know there's a festival going on.
I didn't read hardly any of the notes, to be honest.
Literally, the only things mentioned in notes are mention a festival are the notes in the first and second area.
Yeah, I didn't really read a lot of the notes. I think I briefly read like something about a festival, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So there's a festival. I just thought that they went to the festival. That's not where we were going. I just thought we were just on some adventure and everybody else went off to a festival. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna piss off everybody.
God. I mean, there was a fire there, so legally you probably could have gotten away with it earlier.
If
But
you
like,
do it for a second, you can claim it was an accident. Bumblehead edition backers. Got a lot of backers, dude. It's awesome that they're giving credit to all their backers, though.
yeah, I do feel like it's a lot easier to do that for like smaller games. Imagine a AAA game giving credit to all its backers if it were
Oh,
on
yeah.
Patreon and Kickstarter. They would have millions of fucking.
I don't think I would ever back a AAA title.
No, no.
You got the money. What do you mean? What do you mean you want more money from us?
Exactly.
I think the
They're
only reason
charging
I
like
do that is if I got like special edition something for backing it.
they're charging what, like hundreds of fucking dollars for the games these days? You want a AAA game and base price is $120.
How many cars do you have? Russian.
You aren't allowed to turn the siren on. You don't burn out in the car. Literally got 3 days ago. Nice.
If you hold enter, it speeds it up.
Oh yes, yeah, I did see that. I just wasn't holding
Five and a
enter.
half. I love the end a half. Just like, I mean, I wouldn't.
Beta backers, well, I'll just alpha backers. Deluxe edition backers. Are these literally just the people who bought the game with certain editions
Maybe.
back when it was in alpha and beta?
Maybe.
Mark and Toby, Outbound, Square Glade Games. Looks like a light drizzle is what he said. Oh,
We didn't get to.
party the day away.
We didn't get to flex our awesome house to all the strangers.
We didn't.
Oh, but it does look like this thing's open
The
now.
elevator's open, yeah. We can leave. Wait. Oh, I fucking walked right past the controls, didn't I?
Yep.
Whee!
The dog is jumping for joy.
I didn't even see the dog. Oh, the dog was still up the top for me. Oh, it's floating. Oh, it's on the ground now. Let's get in with fake me. So we missed 3 gnomes in this area. Pretty good.
Where are we at now?
We can get this signal thing on the way out.
Yep.
There's another painting we missed as well somewhere. That's fine. We'll go through and get everything at another time.
Yeah.
Dang. Streaming for 6 hours and 11 minutes?
Oh, done pretty well.
Yeah. It's 2:34. Ooh, that was a good stream.
Nice. this way? Yeah.
Yeah. It would just be on the left at the top of this hill.
I like how that hill that it was like, oh, it's too steep, you can't go up. It was fucking steeper than this shit.
Yeah. Like,
Or not steeper than this was steeper than that.
it's literally scripted steep hills that you can't go up.
Birdhouses.
Yippee!
Hold on.
Oh, scrap.
Put one out there.
Scrap.
Birdhouse. Oh, I need more planks. Hold on. I only need one. Blossom? Yeah. Two. We have a bamboo, yeah? Can we make sure before we leave that we have one of each of the things that we need?
Yeah, we have plenty of bamboo.
Okay.
Um, Funnily enough, we're missing a little bit of hyper fiber to be able to make enough of the last few hyper threads to make the last power cell.
That's fine. I don't think we really need it at this point.
No, it's just literally completion stuff. I'd like this is gonna be the last stream, and it's gonna just be like, do we go through and get all the collectibles and upgrade everything?
Yeah. We weren't even supposed to stream today.
We weren't. Right now, we're just gonna make our way back to the gorge.
Making
so
my
can...
way to the gorge. Walking fast. I'm sorry.
Hey, shape person, I go down. No. Seeing if we could drive off.
Oh, that would have been
I don't
hilarious.
think we could because we would have had to get a decent amount of distance, and I think the rock faces were a bit high up. And I missed you.
So, if you guys haven't heard, the
The fuck is that dog doing?
I don't know.
Going into the tires.
He's turned into a corgi on my screen. His fucking legs are in his body. Dog just switched breeds. There you go. Dog. Dog, get in. Oh.
Following me. Oh, we did go in here.
I want to, at the very least, I want to deliver the research samples to the dome.
Yes.
If nothing else.
Yeah, I didn't remember going in here, and there's a gnome hiding in here.
That's because I always forget the gnomes.
Yeah, I'm coming. Hey, my ankles.
If you guys haven't heard, what's his name? Matt Glocky's version of 1,000 Miles, I highly recommend you look it up right now.
Hang on.
You are streaming on YouTube, babe. I wouldn't.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we play it through Spotify, if it's on Spotify.
It's not on Spotify.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Not on Spotify. Wee. Yeah, I'm gonna see whatever's in that last locked box.
I'm actually very curious because it's having us go back a long way to deliver that stuff.
Okay, we got all the points of interest and campfires, all the workstations, material, food, and medicine, 98%. So we're missing some material. Probably crafted material.
You woke the girlfriend. Oh no.
Oh, my condolences.
Was it with the siren?
He said I was going to do some burnouts instead.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Wow. We only got 80 of 105 downloads. There's still 25 more downloads we could get.
Yeah, I know one of them is the frickin' banner things. They look like a party banners. And it's literally just like being in an area long enough for it to be like, oh, there's one of these things nearby.
Here's a signal. Go for it. And it's always the furthest away one.
Yeah.
Like by the time we get to the exit, it's probably going to be like, yeah, go all the way back to the start of the area by
Be
the
like,
port.
oh, I got a signal all the way back by the ferry.
Oh, can you stop for a moment here? Oh, wait, no, this is Dura thread. Never mind. Keep going, keep going. We need the hyper thread.
Okay. We also need a lot of cotton.
Yes.
Wait, what do we need these for again?
Well, the Dura thread we need for the last battery upgrade for the car.
Which at this point you just want to get for completion's sake.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the last of the the car upgrades. Like the motor and battery upgrades.
Okay. Yeah, well, you can suffer for a minute.
I'm glad we got all the cans in the last area. Oh, hold on a sec.
There we go. Is that a dirt road with a painted line? Nope. I think this one's a road. We've been on a lot of dirt. We've been on a lot of dirt roads. I'd have to say this one's probably actually a road.
It's a very poor quality road, but it is a
But
road.
to be fair, like if you've seen the lighting, you'd understand.
It's a great game for a small dev team.
I wanted to see if it would work.
Yeah, we didn't even have to
Get
stop.
in, Satchel.
Yeah. Teleport doggo.
We ever, for whatever reason, wind up with a dog, which we
Mistakes
won't,
were made.
we'll name it Backpacker Satchel. All right, bedtime. A dog. Look, we're not dog people. I can appreciate other people's dogs from a distance and for a short period of time, but I'm not going to be the one who holds your dog. I'm not going to be the one that's like, oh my God, let me take your dog for a walk.
It's very much just gonna be is your dog jumping on me? Cool, get away.
Yeah, I'm more of like I like my animals to keep a respectful distance. Really? No, no, no. No, 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 no. Where is it? Oh, you bitch.
Put him right with the map.
Oh no, I didn't see that. Did I make cake? I haven't made a cake. I'm gonna make a cake. A carrot cake.
And like, even though they have multiplayer enabled in this, there is no multiplayer
They deleted my
syncing.
backpack.
They deleted your backpack?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they deleted backpack. There's no sync on the achievements, so I've gotten literally no achievements playing this with her. I know
Really?
some people care about achievements. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, shoot. It's early access, you know. It let him get. I got a dog and I named it Backpack. And then he was like, oh, well, let me get a dog too. Because it lets him get a dog. It doesn't say something like, oh, you already have a dog. It just lets you get a new dog.
And backpack was
Backpack had a
sad.
very short life. And then it deletes the dog from existence.
Yep. They're gonna do something like that. They may as well just make it so like only the host can interact with certain things, like the dogs.
I don't mind, like, after the fact, like, being able to interact with things, like how we were able to call the dog back and forth.
Yeah.
That's fine. But, like, certain things, like obtaining it, you know. I could have had an emotional attachment to that dog for all you know. I didn't, but I
I
could
had
have.
more of an attachment to backpack.
Hmm.
I felt so bad. I still do.
Nah, don't worry about it. Satchel is a good name for a dog, I think. It sounds better than Backpack. Satchel sounds like it could be a name.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. You don't need to make me feel better.
No, I was just saying in general.
Satchel is a decent name, yeah. I was going with a theme of places to store things.
Yeah, which exactly that it was exactly why I named it Backpack.
Yep.
Because I'm like, ooh, extra slots. You're gonna hold my stuff? Fucking sweet. Backpack. Tin.
Yes, I think there's only like 3 or so cotton in this spot. Most of the cotton's through into the desert, which is a bit odd.
You usually find cotton in my deserts. Alright, where are we going? There's the bridge down there.
Yeah, best go straight across the bridge. If after the cotton though, it should be around us, but it's not. Okay. That was a steep drop off of a small. What?
You got work today and need to go sleep? Totally fine. Go get some rest and enjoy your sleep.
Thanks for
Don't
hanging out.
forget to return the fire truck.
Yes, return the fire
Did we get
truck.
this Karen already?
I don't know.
I feel really stupid if this is the one we missed.
We missed this one.
Oh my god.
That was the one we missed.
Yeah, you know me. I'm out here spotting the hard to see things.
But yeah, thanks for hanging out, glorious Russian fox.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was nice seeing you again.
Yeah, get good sleeps. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
The fuck is that? Why does it look?
I mean, yeah, you may as well. You can see the satellite. You may as well just head straight for Area 51.
Yeah.
These dead trees have some everwood at the bottom of them. One of them had a gnome by it. Oh my god, I thought you went to sleep, but now you're giving me a follow? Thanks.
Did you say it had a gnome?
No, I just said one of the like the dead tree areas had a gnome by it. This
Okay.
one that doesn't. It had like a
Didn't.
and a gnome, very visible. Thank you for the follow, and good night, glorious Russian fox. Yeah, we can go up this hill.
Yeah, the other one was too steep. I understand. Yeah, you can charge when we stop.
We charge when we're dead.
It's gonna be a gnome. I already know. I can
Probably be a
feel it. I
gnome.
could feel it in my bones. It's gonna be a gnome.
Yeah, almost certainly it's a gnome. You want to do the honors?
Yeah. Okay, we have no. That's split bamboo. We don't want that cherry. Take out lotus flower. Take out pak choi. Take out chrome ore. Take out and bamboo.
Bamboo.
Take
Potentially on an earlier page.
same page.
Oh, cool. You are not even running, you'll just slide along the ground for me. Slide, slide, slide.
And it is. Oh fuck! It's a gnome.
Oh my god, it's a gnome. Jing.
And I got an achievement, certified researcher.
So yeah, we have done everything except for get the last collectibles in this game.
Mm-hmm.
We've done all the story stuff, all the tasks in the task log.
The beautiful house.
We got most of
Little outdoor
everything.
setup. We got almost all of the. Excuse me, dog. Why are you standing on the table?
Signal? Oh, back at the start.
Dog is broken. Got some gnomes of our own.
Gnomes of us.
Of course, it's back at the start. Like we said, there'll always be ones that are like as far away from us as possible.
Metal and bolts. And electric.
House. I don't know. This change appearance thing that I've used one time because I couldn't stand how much pink I was wearing. Because the pink that they use in this game is horrid. Outside of the
They
cherry
need a
blossom area, that was really nice.
Yeah, they need a pink like the cherry blossom trees.
But they don't really do a good job with the pinks at nights either.
No.
Yeah.
Overall, what would you rate this game? I would probably give it a 7.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say a solid 7, 7.5 out of 10. It's a good game. I feel like
Good game, a bit
it
of bugs,
bit
bit of
buggy, a bit of not really knowing why we're doing things. And that was
yeah,
gonna be that was my as soon as I saw this game, I thought I'm like, oh, that looks really cozy, but why? What's my why? What's my reason? And then it felt like at least okay, there are some achievements and stuff like that when I got in here and like you're working towards building it up and everything and that made more sense. But still there was no overarching why and then we realized like,
yeah.
oh wait, festival. Which
I
could have been an oversight on my part, maybe?
started a world on my own just to see like if the menu would change to let me like join you
Mm-hmm.
by having my own save with where I've gotten multiplayer available.
Yeah.
It didn't. Um, but literally the entire concept of the journey is I've left civilization behind to go on a road trip. That's it. That's your story.
Yeah. 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 So let's rate out to somebody. I did read out the Higa yesterday, so I'm kind of read out. Oh my god, let's read out to Nero.
Nero's live.
Nero's
Ooh.
live. We haven't seen Nero in a minute. Oh my god, Nero's out. Does Nero have a new face? What? What? Oh my god, so much what? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, so we're gonna rate out to Nero. Um, okay, and here's our raid messages. There's raid 1. There is, if you are subscribed, there's a sub raid there. And we love you guys, and we're so glad you guys stopped by to hang out with us. And we will see you guys later. Thank you for
Yeah,
coming
thank
hang
you
out with
everyone
us.
for hanging out.
Bye.